A conference room in the Bucheon City Council Hall. There is a blue-grade monster coming here. The comment made by Jang Sung-hoon was shocking enough to snap up the eyes of everyone gathered there, which the key members of the Mac Guild used to share important stories. So let's take the necessary supplies, and flee to Yeongjong Island. Before their surprise was over, Jang came up with a plan to deal with the current situation. Everyone's faces began to change, as they had no idea what to do. Why Yeongjong Island? Kim Soo-ji was the first person in the situation to ask questions. First, it's the furthest place we can run. How about Seoul? The Capital Defense Command. Currently, the only bridge that we can cross the Han River is Gimpo Bridge, but the only way to get there is not properly organized. On the other hand, the road to Yeongjong Island has been cleared. Is Yeongjong Island safe? It's safer than here. Because it's an island, there's a low probability of a new monster entering. Jang answered in the face of the emergency. Do we really have to abandon Bucheon? Jang, who used to speak fluently before this question, had to shut his mouth. The silence started. After a long silence, Jang managed to open his mouth. We should throw it away. Bucheon. Until last year, Jang was in the military service in Bucheon. There wasn't any big affection for him. But now Bucheon had become everything for him. He had risked his life to survive and to protect it. He had tried really hard. It was like his own child. The present world is like that, isn't it? We should throw it away if necessary. How could anyone say that they would abandon such things easily? But that was also the reality that Jang saw. He did not turn away from reality. He looked at reality more clearly than anyone else. Can we get an answer when the master comes back? Of course, what everyone wanted at this moment was not reality. It was Kim Tae-hoon, the guild master, who they wanted to see at this moment. He was the only one who seemed to wake up from this ridiculous nightmare. The same was true of Jang, so, he had finished preparing for him. Yes, I have to let the master know about this news. I'll organize a special unit, and send it to Bio. We'll send a total of 10 teams. Only one of them needs to deliver this letter to the master. 5. After reading the letter, Kim kept his mouth shut. The letter was clearly written about his worst-case scenario. The story was that the blue-grade monster in Sejong City was rapidly approaching Bucheon, and that the Mac Guild had started evacuating to Yeongjong Island. So far, it had been about reality. This is probably someone's trick. What came out later was not reality, but Jang's personal opinion. Jang was suspicious of something about the sudden arrival of a blue-grade monster in Bucheon. And even though Jang didn't write it down, Jang, who wrote the letter, and Kim, who read the letter, knew who that someone was. The 6 snakes. The mysterious force, which drove Kim to death later, had played a trick. Of course, he did not know how. But the other one was definitely sure. They've got a new relic. The value of a relic that could lure away a blue-grade monster was absolute. Luring includes attracting, as well as pulling away. Of course, if they had had such a relic, the 6 snakes would have used it in the past. They even had the original edition of Didangyo-jido, which let them check the location of monsters. With the 2 relics combined, they would have already taken over the Capital Defense Command. But they hadn't. They were being nice. It couldn't have been. This meant that they had recently acquired the relics that made it possible. There is a group that gives out relics. His thinking proceeded that far. He couldn't know more than that. 4 days ago. More importantly, the special forces moved to deliver this letter to him 4 days ago. The blue-grade monster reached Bucheon 2 days ago. According to the letter, within 2 days of sending the letter, the monster would reach Bucheon. So now, a blue-grade monster might already be running wild in Bucheon. It couldn't be worse. But at this moment, he recalled the worst situation, rather than sticking his tongue to the worst. If the purpose of the 6 snakes was to destroy the Mac Guild, they wouldn't have allowed him to retreat to Yangjong Island. The depth of human malice was unknown. If the 6 snakes wanted to firmly crush the Mac Guild, it was likely that they had identified the Mac Guild's escape to Yangjong Island and blown up the only bridge currently capable of entering Yangjong Island. If he were in the position of the 6 snakes, he would do that. As soon as he imagined it, an unspeakable tragedy struck him. But he did not grieve. It was not too late to grieve after seeing with his eyes what he had lost. You did a good job. He thanked both of them for bringing him a letter. Oh, no. We just did what we had to do. I will head to Bucheon. Both of you will get back to Bucheon alive. And immediately he gave them a terrible notice. They had lost countless colleagues to get here. If only the 2 of them were allowed to return, they would be dead. But the 2 were not discouraged by the fact. We'll get back alive. Don't worry about us. They did their job and made the sacrifice of their fellow workers into a stepping stone for hope, not a worthless dog's death. Kim clapped the shoulders of the 2. At the same time, he promised. I will take the price of this blood somehow. Somehow. 6. Hurry, load them in a hurry. Depart. Incheon Port. After Busan Port, there was a lot of cargo in Korea, but now the port, which had been silent for almost half a year, was so busy. People and things kept moving on the ship. Jang's expression was tired of seeing this. Damn it, damn it, damn it. He was scared and angry. You son of a b*tch. When he decided to abandon Bucheon and flee to Yangjong Island, he felt like cutting bones. For him, the sudden collapse of Incheon Bridge destroyed the heart, not the bones. I'll pay you back somehow. Of course, Incheon Bridge could not have collapsed suddenly. However, when the Incheon Bridge collapsed, his evacuation plan was inevitable. Everything on the way to the Incheon Bridge was returned to the port of Incheon, and he managed to find a boat and started to travel by boat. However, the movement speed was in many ways slower than being on the road. Eventually, time was needed, and he had to force the sacrifice of someone in the Mac Guild to make it happen. This was why the Mac Guild soldiers and hunters had risked their lives against the blue-grade monster in Bucheon. F***ck, damn it, of course, the current battle situation and damage in Bucheon City were reported to Jang. It was the same again. A man ran to Jang to report the situation. Well, Beyond the urgency, Jang felt that someone had carved into his back with a sharp sword and cut him halfway through, all from the face of a man who had nearly run himself to death. Maybe. He had a hunch about what the coming news would deliver, and what the secret information was. What's going on? So, the question Jang was now asking in a quiet manner was not a question to satisfy his curiosity. It was prayer. It was an earnest attempt to hope that his intuition was wrong. Bang Hyun-wook has been seriously injured. But the reality had always been more brutal than Jang might think. At the cruelty, he covered his face with his hands. Well, it was something that should never be shown. Even if others shouted for despair, he had to show his strength. But in the face of this miserable reality, he couldn't help himself. Boss, he really couldn't help it. And it was the same for everyone there. 7. There was a 10-story building, and a huge mysterious bird was standing on it. Chicken. It was definitely a chicken. But it was not possible to explain its presence with the concept of the word chicken. Its height from head to foot was over 20 meters, and the length of its body was well over 15 meters. Its black and red feathers were also strong. The two-colored feathers glistening with oil were so brilliant that they reminded people of a well-prepared blade. Just touching the chicken's body seemed to cut through bones and flesh. Its golden beak was also overwhelming. Anything, even steel, could be torn to paper. The chicken's crest, which was made from flames burning atop it, was not only bizarre but also sacred. But most of all, the overwhelming thing were the blue eyes between the blazing chicken crest and the golden beak. A gamecock. Something, which also had a long beak, attempted an attack on the monster, which was made for nothing but fighting. Bang! The thing with a long beak was a K-1 tank. The cannon from the tank shook the ground and headed for the gamecock above the building. Bang! The shell went into the gamecock, but no one was happy with the fact. Hit! The faces of those who were on the tank were hardened in the report of the tank driver, who said, "Hit. We are just going to die." Although a tank was a powerful weapon that a creature dared not fight against, at this moment tank soldiers did not have much inspiration at the power of the weapon. The reason why was shown by the monster they were facing. Kyo! A gamecock on the top of the building, which was hit by the shell, crowed. It was not the death cry of an injured and dying animal, but the threat of an angry beast. Ugh! The threat instantly distorted the faces of everyone in the tank. Ugh! Eyes, tears started to flow as the small veins of their eyes burst, and their eardrums burst and they could not hear anything. Some people vomited blood. But the worst thing was that at that moment their bodies froze and wouldn't move. There was not even a tremor. Everyone just stiffened up like mannequins. The tank stopped where it was. The gamecock began to run toward the tank. The gamecock narrowed the distance of hundreds of meters with a single flap of its wings and a couple of runs, pecked down at the tank with its golden beak. The tank's armor began to tear like a sheet of paper. The gamecock pecked again at a tank soldier who had been revealed. Pook! The huge golden beak cut the upper body of a tank soldier in half. There was no scream. The fear of the gamecock took away even the minimum right to scream in pain. In that ridiculous fear, the only thing that could move were awakeners with a high energy rank. Come on, move quickly. It was at that time that a group of awakeners began to move. While a tank bought them a few minutes, a group of people went into the building. Here. There were other groups inside the building that went in. At the center of the group was a man lying like a corpse. It was Bang Hyun-wook. Hyun-wook. It was On Sun-mi, who still had freckles on her nose. He is not conscious. On's cry was answered by someone else instead of Bang. On confirmed the pupil response after forcing Bang's eyelids open. He's fainted. What's the damage? That monster grabbed Bang and threw him at the building. After hitting the wall, he fell from the 5th floor. How many recovery pills did you feed him? 7, we fed him everything we had. On Sun-mi took the 4 out of her bag right after the conversation. Put it all in 4 limbs. Yes. Inside it was a liquid made from a glass of therapy, a tube filled with the liquid. The needle connected to the supply was plugged into Bang's limbs. The injected healing fluid began to hover all over his body, mixing with Bang's blood. With his strength, defense, and acquired abilities, he should recover in about 3 minutes. He started to recover at a tremendous speed, surprising the viewers. However, On did not breathe out a sigh of relief. He would certainly recover. The crushed bones would harden, and the torn flesh would mend. However, it would not be a miracle for him. The moment he recovered from his injury, he would fight in order to gain time against a crazy monster who turned a tank into a piece of paper. There was no guarantee that he would survive the next time. On Sun-mi felt miserable about this fact. Kyo. At that moment, the gamecock again crowed loudly throughout Bucheon. Yuyup. Ah. Even though it was a sound spreading from a distance from the building with Bang and On, and even though they were in the building, everyone fell to the floor, tottering. Only one person came alive at the sound. Ugh, Bang, who looked like a corpse, opened his eyes. He came to his senses and immediately raised his upper body. At the same time, he checked the needles on his limbs. Sister Sun-mi, you are here. At his words, she just blinked from the floor instead of answering. He breathed a long sigh at the sight and got up from his seat, pulling out the healing needles stuck into his body. Pududuk. There was an eerie sound from his body. He was attacked by horrible pain. However, instead of screaming at the pain, he looked for his weapon by turning his head. After finding the bell-tail of the bell-tailed rat, he took hold of it and turned to leave the building, leaving behind the people who had fallen on the floor. On shouted at the sight. "What are you doing?" "Ma," but her paralyzed tongue failed to cry out, and she could only make a pathetic gutter. Nevertheless, he understood the nonsense, and said briefly, "I have to buy time until Big Brother gets here. If that monster goes to Incheon, it is over. I'll try to lure it some way. It's okay. I just got a rough feeling." The rough feeling came back, but it was not true. The fifth batter and third pitcher of Bucheon High School, Bang Hyun-wook, is coming, you monster. It was the evidence that he, who knew the facts better than anyone, had brought up his fighting spirit once again. Yayawa pop. After lifting his fighting spirit once again, he stepped out of the building. Ki-o-o. The cry of the gamecock had shaken Bucheon. The cry shook even the listeners' innermost organs. Their limbs were stiff, and their nausea was rising. Wonderful. It was clear evidence if someone could stand calmly in front of the cry, without any change in complexion, he or she would be an awakener with energy rank above B. Even if someone had an energy rank above B, it would only be possible to relax in front of this fear only from a long distance away. Amazing. Major Oh Se-bum was the only one in Bucheon City that could afford to relax at that distance. At least that was what he thought. He thought that he could afford to see the violence of the gamecock, which had made Bucheon City a hell. He had a horn-shaped glass in his hand. It was an object with a dragon engraved on its outer shape after chipping the jade into a horn shape. It was a thing that could only be seen in a museum. But now it was wasted even being in a museum. Very good. Major O, who held the object in his hand, began to smile brightly. Mr. Mao gave us the right thing. I'm sure most of the Chinese relics are there, and from the point of their view, this is nothing. Even more, considering their situation. One of the two men, who were shaking around Major O, said cautiously in a trembling voice, "Is that really okay?" "What? Even if we do this? What's wrong with this? There is no proof. Even if there's evidence, there is no problem. They can't threaten the Capital Defense Command after they have a problem. I am not sure they'll get a chance to do so against that monster." The subordinate shook his head to Major O, who spoke out without hesitation. "Well, it's not, this monster could come to Seoul, couldn't it?" "Oh, that." Major O realized that he had spoken out with a bad guess, and said with a funny smile, "We can kill it then, or we can lure it back to Sejong City. We've lured it here, and it's not a big deal to lure it back to another place." Major O closed his mouth to prevent his own intentions coming out. "It's not bad to bring this monster to Seoul at this time, and I'll be in a good position once again. If not, there's no harm to me because there's a monster like this in the vicinity of Seoul. So don't worry." Major O, who was about to point his telescope at the gamecock with his last words, suddenly looked back with a puzzled expression. The other two men also turned their heads, shaking without hesitation. But there was nothing where the three turned their heads. "Is there a problem?" Major O shook his head. "No, I must have been mistaken." 9. Kyo. In a blink of an eye, the gamecock that made a tank into a mop shook the city of Bucheon. Everything alive stopped breathing at the sound, and all movement stopped. Only one person, Bang Hyun-wook, was moving alone in a situation where everyone stopped breathing and their movement stopped. He was even walking toward the gamecock. Oh, sh*t. At this moment, he chewed his curse like gum. "I'm crazy." There was a word in his mind that said regret. Why, he almost died. He was trying to attract it, but he was caught in its golden beak, and he was thrown through the building. It was like a human being holding a frog and throwing it at a wall. His whole body was crushed. That was about an hour ago. He was saved from death. But now he was walking toward the gamecock. What am I supposed to do? It was something he had to regret. He knew that facts better than anyone else. Damn it. At this moment, he was recalling his whole life. His days of living had passed. His days passing by were days of regret. It was a life full of baseball, but he could not become the baseball player he wanted to be. He lacked ability and effort. But on the contrary, it made him walk. Yes, it wasn't a very nice life anyway. There would be no big difference if there was one bigger regret, for the day's regret had been stamped on. I will just run away. I don't have to fight, and I can't fight. To Gwangyang City, or Gimpo City. I will just run away. Soon afterward, his memory reached a meeting with Kim Tae-hoon after his school days, which was dominated by baseball. Bang recalled the day when he met Kim at a large store on December 31, 2016. Even if I am not a baseball player, I can still leave behind my best results. A school named after me might be built in Bucheon. Ha. The half-year of experience since he met Kim was the most intense and desperate. It was worth it. Okay. Only then did Bang, who had resolved himself, step out without hesitation. Soon after, he stood in front of the gamecock looking for a new target. On the stretching road, he stood in a place the gamecock could run to, and he shouted, "I am Barry Bonds Bang Hyun-wook of Bucheon High School. Come on." Before the cry was over, it was already running toward Bang. Kwong kwong kwong. He looked at it running as sleekly as an ostrich and turned around. He ran. Only then, he could see groups appearing behind his back. Huh. Nay. He could see animals of golden smoke behind him, with the horse figure type earthenware in front. Ah. At that moment, his feet twisted, and he fell straight ahead. Nay. A clay horse jumped over his fallen head, and the animals of golden smoke followed behind it. He turned his head as he got up in a hurry. K.O.O. He saw that a fierce battle was beginning to emerge. 10. K.O.O. The first thing, which the gamecock ran at with a shriek, was the horse figure type earthenware. The call of the gamecock was powerful enough to create cracks in the clay body of the horse figure type earthenware. Whinny, whinny. However, the horse figure type earthenware did not stop. The horse exhaled violently, and the warrior waited for his horse to pass by the gamecock. Pike. Soon after, the gamecock drove its golden beak towards the horse figure type earthenware. At that moment, the warrior avoided the beak attack from above by ducking, quickly raised his back straight again, and wielded his sword at the body of the gamecock. The warrior's sword cut across the side of the gamecock. There was a long, cross sound of metal on metal. The feathers of the gamecock literally broke apart into pieces like they were made of metal, and the sword of the warrior was cut off and turned into a saw. K.O.O. The gamecock turned toward the horse figure type earthenware that had passed by, clucking angrily. At the same time, animals of golden smoke began to cling to the body of the gamecock. Kung. The lion and the tiger each bit a leg of the gamecock, and the monkey began to climb onto its body. Poo-woo-woo. An elephant rushed towards it with its ivory tusks, which were sharper than a spear. Ppik. Two eagles, a long-tailed bird and a long-beaked bird, came down with their claws and beaks. Golden smoke instantly stuck to the gamecock's body and began to break down its black and red feathers. Hoodoo-duk. In an instant, its feather fragments were scattered on the ground. Kyo. It began flapping its wings in place as if embarrassed by this crazy offense. Hu-woong. Hu-woong. At the flap of the great wings, the bodies of the wild animals and the flying animals of golden smoke disappeared like smoke, but in time they reappeared from different positions. Kung. The tiger and the lion, which had been biting its legs, appeared on top of the gamecock. Poo-woo-woo. The elephant fell down, materializing just above it. Kiki. Kiki. A monkey emerged from a strange place, fell to the ground and started to make a fresh rush toward it. Meanwhile, the horse figure type earthenware began to move cunningly. It stepped on a car that had been broken on the road and leaped to the roof of a 3-story building as if he were stepping on the stairs, and then he jumped to the roof of an even higher building. Soon, he climbed onto the roof of a high-rise building quite distant from the gamecock. Nay. At that moment, the clay horse, still carrying its owner, ran along the roof of the building and threw itself out at the gamecock. It was an amazing leap, but it seemed a little short to reach the body of the gamecock. That short distance was filled by the warrior with the sword himself. The warrior jumped off his horse again. The throne warrior passed through the elephant of golden smoke on top of the gamecock and plunged his sword deep into its back. At that moment its eyes changed. It no longer cried out. Instead of opening its beak and making a sound, its beak clamped shut. Then its chest began to swell up. The thing swelling within its breast erupted through the flaming crest of the gamecock. Fu-wa-wa-wat. The flames of the gamecock's crest exploded like a volcano, turning the neighborhood into a sea of fire. Under the fire, the beasts of golden smoke faded, and the warrior of the horse figure type earthenware attached to the body of the gamecock was crushed. The clay horse that was waiting for its owner was smashed. When everything that had tormented it disappeared, it opened its tightly closed golden beak and gathered its voice. The flames began to gather slowly over its bare head. Ki-o-o. A man on the roof of a building looked at the whole scene with black eyes. 11. It's the worst. Kim Tae-hoon was now frowning. There were many things that made him frown like that. No, everything in Bucheon right now made him frown, the appearance of Bang Hyun-wook, who was ready to die and threw himself out as bait, and the appearance of the gamecock which had shown its amazing splendor. And the presence of Major Oh Se-bum, who was watching the scene. It's the worst. At this moment, however, Kim did not adapt to his feelings by exploding as the gamecock had. Rather, he flatly ignored what his feelings demanded, and rejected them. He did not go to rescue Bang, nor did he stop the battle right away. He didn't even go to see Major O and get his payment. He knew that it was not the answer. Emotional results were not much different from drunken ones. It's the worst, so be calm. Furthermore, at this moment, he knew that he was the last card. If it fails, it's all over. Under such circumstances, he should not just let the last card be wasted on emotion. Stay calm. I found a heart sound once. He calmly began looking for ways to kill the gamecock at this moment. He was able to gauge the position of its heart. I can measure its defense. The problem was its defensive strength. It was only wounded by the attack of the horse figure type earthenware and the gilt bronze incense burner of beach. In other words, it was only hurt. To be honest, the attack was powerful enough to smash the whole body of the twin-head ogre. In particular, the attack of the gilt bronze incense burner of beach was terrifying. They were almost invincible to physical things. To such a monster, the depth of the injury Kim could make with all his telekinesis would not be that great. Even if it were deeply embedded, it would not be enough. He needed a way to hit the nail again and again, like a hammer, until the nail was stuck in the wall, until the nail eventually disappeared into the wall, and even after the nail disappeared. Of course, during the process, he needed to attract the attention of the gamecock and to deal with it. I have to finish everything before it can explode again. And all this had to be done before the gamecock exploded. At that moment, he held the gilt bronze Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva statue in his right hand more firmly. The energy in his stomach, the mana in his chest, the telekinesis in his head, and the empty place began to rise quickly. Even the gilt bronze Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva statue began to fill with his mental power and concentration. Tsrong. The sword of the Imperator on his back hummed again. It was time to show who was the owner of Buchan City again. Oh, my God. Suddenly a horse figure-type earthenware appeared, followed by beasts with golden smoke. Beasts that were not different from monsters appeared. And they began a fierce battle with the nightmarish gamecock. What is this? It was a sight that could not be understood by Bang Hyun-wook's common sense. Even if he could understand it, the battle was beyond the category of common sense, so he could not help but make a foolish expression. Of course, he froze at the battlefield that started in front of him. He didn't even think of running. Hey! Suddenly a woman, who came down to the ground, caught his wrist and pulled at him. Air. Ha! He was drawn into her hands with surprised eyes. At that moment, his mind came up with a similar scene of the day. The first time in a large mart he encountered a monster, a woman was in a similar situation, and she grabbed his hand and ran away. Of course, there was a difference from then. At that time, it was a woman full of freckles on her face that had caught his hand, and now it was a beauty with the blonde hair that was pulling his hand. Kate Kennedy. He had seen her earlier. You are the wife of Big Brother, aren't you? It was also the woman who Jang Sung-hoon introduced briefly as the wife of Big Brother. What? At the words of Bang, she said she did not understand what he was talking about. In the meantime, they ran quickly out of the battlefield. To be precise, they were out of range of the fear of the gamecock. After a certain distance, his energy, which had only been used to hold back the fear, began to energize his whole body. Poo-ha! After he had vomited out the fear that suppressed his chest, he immediately looked at her. Where is Big Brother? The fact that she was here meant that Kim Tae-hoon was here. At his question, she made an expression that she did not understand what he was talking. No, wait, English. He thought that the reason why she did not understand was his language, and he started making an English sentence to ask a question. Soon he said, brother, my brother. It was the moment when the 12 years English education from elementary to high school became terrible. But she managed to understand that because she was the daughter of the U.S. ambassador to Korea, and it made no sense to know no Korean, and she was not that stupid. But she did not answer. Is this man mad now? It's time to run. There was a monster right behind them, a monster that was terrible, a monster that they could not dream of as an enemy, and a monster which had become a nightmare just by imagining an enemy. Even she, who had the right to be free from the fear by her rank energy, was terrified. However, why did he ask a stupid question when they were busy running away from such a monster behind them? Brother. My brother. Brother. However, there was no sign of stopping him from talking. Fortunately, she didn't have to answer. Kwang. Behind them, a huge explosion on the battlefield blew them away at once. Aarg. Yipe. Two kinds of screams tangled, flying in the sky, and rolling along the ground. It was a street lamp that standing in the roadside that stopped them from the endless rolling. Of course, it did not stop them gently. Bang! The tangled Kate and Bang hit the streetlight and parted. Ugh! A moan came from both their mouths. But what really hurt was the curved streetlight. Creak. The streetlight moaned, too. A huge shock. It was not easy for them to wake up after the shock. After a few more groans and neck exercises, they regained their senses. Then they could see it. Shryk. They could see a sword passing over their heads. Huck. And a flying car followed. 13. Kim Tae-hoon could hold back the fear of a blue-grade monster, unless he was very close. But, that was all. All he could do was hold on. As soon as he was exposed to the fear, his ability was reduced. The energy would be used to hold back the fear, the time to gather mana disappeared, and the telekinesis could not be used properly. Of course, fighting at close range with the gamecock was actually suicide. What should he do to pierce the sword of the Imperator into the heart of the gamecock? He already had an answer to this question. But he had never picked an answer in a real fight. Now my body can withstand the telekinesis I use. The reason was his prior lack of ability. At this moment, however, he no longer felt that his ability was insufficient in implementing the answer. No, I have to hold on. Now was a moment that he should not hesitate, even if it felt insufficient. So he fired the sword of the Imperator. Shrieks. The sword of the Imperator, which started the flight, flew like a swallow and drove into the chest of the gamecock like a serpent's fang. Bang! The sword of the Imperator penetrated the solid wings of the gamecock and found the flesh. It drove in about the length of a finger. It was a great, but not impressive depth. What made the depth impressive was the small car flying towards the hilt of the sword. Bang! The compact car hammered onto the hilt of the sword. Pook! The sword went deeper. This was the solution that he came up with earlier. It was the reason why he could not use it even once, although he thought of it earlier. So far, he had not been able to use this kind of telekinesis. He had no experience using such force, and he lacked the physical endurance to withstand such force. However, he practiced steadily. With nothing but his own body, he levitated heavier objects and wielded it. Now the results of the exercise came out. Who? After dropping the first car, he immediately picked up another light car that had been moved off the road. The small-looking car on the road was so overwhelming that it could not be said to be small, and it was flying like a stone from a catapult. Bang! The vehicle that had completed a short flight once again struck the hilt of the sword. Koo. When the scab became an eerie wound, an angry cry came out of the mouth of the gamecock. Of course, it looked for him with its blue eyes. But he was not visible. Ppaae. To find him hiding in the buildings, it bristled up its 5 senses. The beasts of the golden smoke started to show up again before the 5 senses of the gamecock. The golden beasts, who did not know how to give up and die, rushed toward the gamecock, and it flashed its eyes sharply. There was no chance of it stepping back in front of an enemy that was coming to it, because it was filled with the fighting spirit to the bone. The gamecock, which would die fighting against a monster more powerful than itself, inflated its chest. Then it spat out what was in its chest through its golden beak. Kyo. Along with countering the enemy's provocations, the gamecock and the golden smoke beasts, which were protecting their owners, were once again tangled up. Meanwhile, Kim searched for a vehicle after he took a breath. A small car. The road in Bucheon, once a tomb for automobiles, was now quite clean. It was thanks to the Mac Guild's constant cleaning of the road. Therefore, small cars were nowhere to be seen. No, small cars were not seen in Korea originally. Wasn't there a saying that it was much safer to walk on the roads in Korea than to ride in small cars? However, he was not embarrassed. There's no time. His fist blackened, and it immediately hit the wall of a building nearby. Kwasik. The exterior of the building was torn apart and collapsed. He floated a heavy piece out of the concrete mass, a little larger than a human body. Who? Instead of gunshots, he let out a breath, and a lump of concrete smashed on the chest of the gamecock. It was also painful for the gamecock. Kyo. It was torture to be nailed where its heart was, and to be knocked on the heart by a hammer. It was no wonder that it cried out in fear. But the gamecock was not scared, just surprised. There was no word for fear in it. Kyo. Only fight. All its eyes were focused on punishing the golden beasts that attacked it without hesitation. Burning. At such a fighting spirit, the gamecock began to grow its crest, which had been dissipated by the powerful explosion a while ago, little by little. No way. It was unexpected. Is anger making its crest faster? The dying flame crest was going to be alive again, fueled by its fighting spirit. There's no time. Naturally, the gamecock was likely to release its explosion again much earlier than he had expected. After the explosion, all he could do was run away from Buchan with all his strength. Of course, returning after a certain period of time. The gamecock would be the owner of Buchan and turn Buchan into a miserable tomb that humans could not live in. The people in Incheon would not be safe either. Everything he had done so far would go beyond meaningless and become miserable. Who? That's why he got his breath back. Pierce. He focused his attention and made his mind as clear as possible. He painted only the picture he wanted with a clear mind. The painting depicted only its chest, where a huge concrete mass was raging, and where the sword of the Imperator was piercing. He did not hurry. He flew the stones one at a time calmly, like one drop of water piercing the rock. Boom! His repeated efforts were clearly visible. Boom! The sword of the Imperator put all of its long blade into the body of the gamecock, leaving only the hilt showing. Of course, his repeated attacks had become a threat to the gamecock. It felt its life was at stake. That was why its fighting spirit was so intense. K.O.O. A mouse bites a cat if it is cornered, and how about the last pitch when a terrible monster is in a corner? War. It must be so intense that it would be unimaginable. K.O.O. The chest cavity of the gamecock, which burst out with a long cry, had risen greatly. Boom, boom. At the same time, the fire that had faded over its head began to soar like a fountain. There was no room to react. As soon as he was aware of the fact, the gamecock again caused a huge explosion. Kwariyung. An explosion that was more intense than the one before it began to sweep around the gamecock. Kuhung. The golden smoke beasts that fought against the gamecock evaporated in an instant, and buildings around it collapsed in the explosion. The force of the explosion was not just fire. The explosion had an enormous amount of horror and hostility. It was the release of a powerful fear. He was at a distance, but it was so powerful that his body stiffened up as he vomited blood. Oh, my God! His energy began to work hard to save its owner's body, who was frozen by fear. The gilt bronze Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva statue, which he held in his hands, also filled his empty body. Broken. But already, the jar of his body was broken. He couldn't help it. A while ago, he was using his power to the limit. There was no room for something to fill his body. Under such circumstances, it would be strange if his body, which was exposed to the sudden explosion and fear, remained strong. A jar without a bottom was of course not easily filled. Think. Nevertheless, he sought a solution at this moment. The bell tail. And he found it. If I hit the hilt with the bell tail of the bell-tail rat. With its amazing batting power, he could drive the sword deep enough. Of course, there should be a hammer and someone to use it. And there was only one person who was qualified to move in the fear that was shaking even his body. Kate. And she knew it. So at this moment, she rushed toward the gamecock with the mace made of the bell-tail which Bang Hyun-wook was holding, releasing strong power and hurling abuse at the temporarily daunted monster. This will pay off all my debts. All of them. She hammered the sword of the Imperator, of where only the hilt could be seen, with the weapon she held in her hands, into the breast of the gamecock. Then, for the first time, the terminal word came out of its mouth. Cock-a-doodle-doo. It was a chicken cry that woke everyone from a nightmare. 14. Nonsense. As soon as the gamecock started its second blast, Major O lowered his posture while watching the battle. For a while afterward, he was stiff. He waited for his energy to energize his frozen body so that he wouldn't miss out on the reason while paralyzed. When Major O rose up and looked at the battlefield through a telescope, what he saw was the last appearance of the gamecock, which was more appropriate to say, it was more collapsing than falling. What the hell happened? Without seeing the interim process, he could not understand the situation at all. Instead, he knew what he had to do at this moment. I have to run away at once. Clearly, the gamecock was dead. It was not in any of the plans. Of course, his actions in this situation had not been instructed either. It was not a situation which he could judge for his own, and act according to that judgment. In this case, the answer was to withdraw as soon as possible. He saw the two men had fainted as soon as they were exposed to the explosion of the gamecock. It seemed impossible to wake them up right away, with foam in their mouths and white eyes. It didn't seem easy, either. No, he could bring them away. For an awakener, the weight of the two adult men would be only 2 school bags. However, the problem was that it would be annoying and dangerous to run away without catching the attention of people around, with their cumbersome bodies. So he took the gun out of his waist without hesitation and pulled the trigger. Blam, blam. With only the sound of 2 shots left behind, he immediately turned and went out through the door. There was no time to keep his composure when he stepped out. That's crazy. What am I supposed to report? No, no. How the hell did he kill it? No, wait a minute. So that monster will eat the monster stone of the blue-grade monster. Of course, Major O could not afford to check the existence of an action camera of GoPro around the door either. It's like that time. It was a memory from Seoul on the last day of 2016, when Lieutenant Colonel Yu visited Bucheon again. It was hell in Seoul that day, but that didn't mean it would collapse helplessly. It was the capital. It was the heart of the country, and of course, its power was stronger than anywhere else. In fact, Seoul has been fighting its own battles against the monsters since they appeared. They were certainly conditioned and willing to fight. When the monster appeared, it was a dragon with navy pupils that destroyed their wills. Every time it breathed out flames, every time it flicked its wings, the scenery of Seoul went back 100 years. The scenery of Bucheon now reminded him of that time. The scenery of Bucheon was so terrible. He's inside. As soon as he saw him, Lieutenant Colonel Yu, who was guided into the coffee shop, had to say this instead of greeting him. You've been through it. There was Kim Tae-hoon within reach of the words, already reeking of vertiginous coffee, as if he had drunk several cups, and then turned the caffeine into a fierce look. I don't need to be comforted. In addition, his tongue spoke out the words like a sharpened blade. Neither do I. You can't be a comforting person. Let's get down to business right away. After finishing speaking, Kim drank the coffee in his half-full mug. But he didn't enjoy the coffee as usual. Gulping, Kim drank coffee like water. Then he put a clean empty mug on the table and asked, "Why did you come?" It was a determined expression. He had no intention of taking time in today's conversation. He never thought to waste his time like that. I contacted Colonel Lim Hyun-jun. I gave him your message, and got an answer. Is that a good answer? He said, if you want to meet, come see me in person. That's how a subordinate treats his superiors. Kim nodded lightly. Colonel Lim Hyun-jun's response was expected. Now Colonel Lim was the king in chess. He was also a powerful king who had secured military power in the front line, including Gangwon province. Colonel Lim's opponent on the chessboard was the Capital Defense Command, which held the justification. It would be rather strange if Colonel Lim, who was engaged in a fierce war against the Capital Defense Command, came to meet Kim in person. And Kim also had no desire to meet the colonel right now. I think I should postpone the meeting with Colonel Lim. He should stop the assassination, but something much more important had happened now. Are you putting it off later? Do you have anything to do? I want to meet the leaders of the Capital Defense Command. What? Isn't that your purpose here? The Lieutenant Colonel Yu was silent. Kim's statement was true. The position of Lieutenant Colonel Yu was not great enough to come to Bucheon to deliver news about Colonel Lim. Of course, he came to Bucheon because of a different order. You came here to put the dead body of the blue-grade monster, Gamecock, on the negotiating table. His goal was a blue-grade monster, the dead body of the Gamecock. Monsters' bodies were in many ways valuable. The value of the monster stone was indescribable, and if not, the value of the monster was infinite. It was ridiculous to discuss the value of the gamecock. From the standpoint of the Capital Defense Command, it was necessary to obtain the remains of the gamecock. So Lieutenant Colonel Yu came to investigate the situation of Kim and that had the Mac Guild that successfully killed the blue-grade monster. Of course, there were many things to look after. If not, do you intend to rob, not trade? If Kim and the Mac Guild were hit hard, the Capital Defense Command would send troops to take away everything they had gained. No, in fact, such a thought was stronger. From the standpoint of the Capital Defense Command, the Mac Guild and Kim were not a good group. The stronger their group, the worse it would be. In other words, Lieutenant Colonel Yu came to Bucheon for spying. It was his duty to assess the state of the object to be plundered. We have a plan like that. Lieutenant Colonel Yu did not hide the fact. He was already on Kim's side. It was no good hiding dangerous facts from the Mac Guild and Kim. That was why he gave advice. So, it's dangerous. If you go to Seoul, you'll have a table to negotiate. There's no way they'll let you go if negotiations break down there. But the advice was pointless. I don't want to let them go because the negotiations break down. Kim didn't really want to negotiate with them either. I'm setting up a negotiation table to get the price for the blood. The price for the blood? Many people died. They will pay for it. Lieutenant Colonel Yu gave a long sigh. I'll report it. Instead of answering, Kim nodded. Lieutenant Colonel Yu immediately got up and left Bucheon, heading to Seoul. The very day after that, he visited Bucheon again. They're going to negotiate. The place to negotiate is the Namsan Tower. 2. On December 31, 2016, Seoul was the place where the largest number of monsters appeared in Korea, and it was the most fiercely fought place. In a way, it was obvious. Seoul was the home of more than 10 million people, in other words, the number of awakeners was high. From that point of view, Seoul had to be the most splendid in Korea. What a hell this place is. But now, in the eyes of Jang Sung-hoon, around Digital Media City Station in Yunpyeong District, Seoul, was more miserable than Bucheon, where the gamecock went crazy. Oh, my God, among them, the overwhelming one was 4 claw marks drawn on a tall building where a large mart was located. The huge claw marks were the first seen in Jang's life, but it was not difficult to tell whose claw it was. That's its mark, isn't it? It's the mark of a dragon. Dragon. The monster that passed through Bucheon was the main character of the terrible devastation in Jang's eyes. If it weren't for the dragon, Seoul wouldn't have collapsed this far. Lieutenant Colonel Yu turned his head and explained. There was an asphalt road that they turned onto. Of course, the road was not an ordinary one. Once the road melted, it seemed as if lava had passed by. Jang swallowed without even realizing it. Lieutenant Colonel Yu continued his conversation by recalling the day with dry lips. We didn't even get a scratch on its body after we attacked it with all means. It felt like an ant facing a human. It wasn't just a human, it had bug repellent in one hand and a lighter in the other. Oh, that's terrible. At Jang's words, Lieutenant Colonel Yu frowned with one eye. He was not happy to dilute his miserable memory with jokes. Be careful from here on, anyway. We haven't finished cleaning up the monsters yet. Lieutenant Colonel Yu gave his own warning to Jang. However, it was not Jang, but the subordinate soldiers of Lieutenant Colonel Yu who were nervous about the warning. Special forces organized to search and carry out special missions outside of Seoul had sharply raised their senses. It was not because of some vague fear. The subway line 6, centered on the Digital Media City Station that they were now passing by, was not yet properly cleaned up of monsters, as Lieutenant Colonel Yu had warned. This meant that it was not unusual for monsters to move through subway line 6 and appear at the Digital Media City Station. There had even been reports of orange and yellow-grade monsters appearing recently. A yellow grade 1 was a disaster for the Awakeners. Oh, really? Of course, Jang was not scared. Oh, I'm scared. Boss, I'm so scared. Can you hug me? There was a disaster-like Awakener beside him. That catastrophe to the monsters, Kim Tae-hoon shook his head. Shoo. As soon as he turned his head, the arrow at Kim's waist immediately shot toward where he was looking. His arrow stuck to the wall of a building that looked like nothing special. Thump. A monster stuck to the outer wall of the second floor fell to the ground like a broken doll. The monster that fell to the ground looked like a giant lizard, but it was a furry monster like a monkey. And it had orange eyes. The furry lizard. For the Awakeners and survivors, it was a scary monster called the Assassin. It was very difficult to deal with the monster with its amazing stealth skill, a whip-like extending tongue, and poisonous saliva. Due to its tough skin and persistent vitality, it was not easily killed by bullets. Only shooting the brain and the heart could kill it. Finally, they lived in groups. One was a sign of beginning, not the end. Be careful. There's more around. At that moment, everyone was nervous and vigilant around. Thump. What they saw was a scene where the furry lizards attached to the walls had large holes in their heads, dripping blood out through the holes and falling on the ground. Thump. As if playing a musical instrument, the carcasses began to hit the ground sequentially. Thump. At the end of the performance, Kim lifted his right hand lightly. As soon as he closed his right hand, a featherless arrow came back into his hands. He put it back into a leather holder in his left hip. Everyone looked blank at the sight. Let's move. Kim gave them short notice. At the same time, Jang Sung-hoon also made a brief announcement. Those are something our boss killed. Please pack them so that we can take them on our way back. Don't eat secretly in the meantime. 3. Namsan Tower. The only place in Seoul where tension could be eased was filled with tension. The cause of the tension was a group of people walking towards Namsan Tower. The three of them were silently climbing the stairs without much conversation. The first thing which welcomed them was the red pillar. In front of the monument, the Sunsabai of King Jinhung, which protected Namsan Tower from monsters, stood three men on the other side, as if to match the numbers on their side. Are you Major Kim Tae-hoon? They were men with stars, Lieutenant General Lee Hyuk, commander of the Capital Defense Command, Brigadier General Yoon Suk-young, commander of the Armed Forces Capital Command, and Major General Lee Ki-soo, chief of the Investigation Department of the Ministry of Defense. Three generals were looking at Kim. It was a surprise, it was nothing else, and the only time star-studded generals came to meet him was when he was superior to them. That's all. If they showed up first in any other case, it would never be a meeting. It was a declaration of war or the initial suppression. It was just one of the tricks to press an opponent to face from now on. It was Lieutenant Colonel Yu who was nervous in front of the trick. He led Kim and Jang to Namsan Tower. Oh, my God. He was not informed of such a case. He was just ordered to guide Kim to Namsan Tower. But not one, but the top leaders of the current Capital Defense Command appeared like this? What's this? However, if the generals moved, the troops who escorted them would also have to move. Lieutenant Colonel Yu whizzed around. Currently, the best men under the Capital Defense Command would be filling the area. If Kim were to act rashly, they would move by any means possible to get rid of him. They're all here. Or the moment one of the three gave a signal, they would move to kill Kim, regardless of the reason. Kim couldn't have known about it. Yes, I am Kim Tae-hoon. However, he acted calmly in this situation. You want to make a deal? It was General Yoon Suk-young speaking. I want a fair price. As you've been briefed on, there's been a lot of damage done to hunt the blue-grade monster, the gamecock. Property damage is indescribable, and many people are dead. At Kim's answer, Major General Lee Ki-soo smiled. With the smile, he continued. I've heard the bad news, but that's the way it is. It's no joke to get paid here. You're the one who claimed to be independent. Major General Lee's tongue was pointed like a needle. Lee frankly did not like the situation where Kim appeared in front of him alive and well. Of course, Lee did not want to condone the deal. We hunted the blue-grade monster with much damage, repeated Kim. So it's. Thanks to that, everyone in Seoul kept their lives. What? At that moment, the mood changed in a cruel way as soon as Kim said it. That's what I'm getting for saving these people, the price of their blood. That's funny. Let's talk more about it. Lieutenant General. It has changed to something very bloody. The Capital Defense Command was a military unit created to protect Seoul. The position of chief commander of the unit that protected the heart of the Republic of Korea could not be a regular seat. Only the best elites could sit down, and among the elites, only those who wanted to be at the pinnacle were able to sit down. Lieutenant General Lee Hyuk was the man who was sitting there. You said you were under Major General Chung Young-sung. Lee Hyuk was the chief among the stars. Kim Tae-hoon was facing him across just one table. It would be appalling to imagine the situation for those with the rank of soldiers. Major General Lee Ki-soo, who was standing behind Lieutenant General Lee Hyuk, would feel bitter if he took the position instead of Kim Tae-hoon. Yes, I was. But Kim was different. There was no retreat, no hesitation, and there was no sign of wanting to hide the truth. You were, not now, it? You don't even know if Chung Young-sung is alive. Kim's harsh response made Lee Ki-soo's back go cold. No, I'm not saying that, but I am asking whether you're denying your military status. However, Lee Hyuk showed no emotional change in Kim's behavior. He asked questions with a calm but rather cold look on his face. He looked extraordinary. The star is the star. It's not a joke. With that look in the eyes of Lee Hyuk, Jang Sung-hoon, who was behind Kim, felt a lump in his throat. Yes. However, it did not work for Kim. It was also Kim's presence. I'm not a soldier now. Before monsters appeared, humans were divided into social status, social position, property, etc. The soldier was worse. They used direct distinction between classes. In such a world, an individual's power had little meaning. But not anymore. Kim had power. That was the overwhelming force, at least enough to console those who died for him. And now it was time for that power to distinguish between ranks. I am the head of the Mac Guild, who manages the Bucheon and Incheon areas. You are not a soldier, but you use the weapons of the Korean army. The weapons are blocking monsters heading to Seoul. It depends on the interpretation. In some ways, the existence of the Mac Guild could be an anti-government force group that looted military weapons without government permission. Do you want me to interpret this whole situation on my own? Therefore, Kim did not back down in front of Lee Hyuk. At this moment, everyone could see who was in the higher rank by comparing the marks of the Awakeners on each other's right hand. Do you want us to be an anti-government force group? I can't bear it anymore, stop. It was not Lee Hyuk, but Lee Ki-soo who vented anger over Kim's attitude. You say whatever you want when we've arranged a conversation. Are you threatening us? The surroundings began to get cluttered with a harsh atmosphere. Stand by. Stand by. We'll move any time. As soon as the order was issued, preparations were made to suppress or kill Kim and Jang. I don't intend to threaten you. Kim put the clutter together into one sentence. I've come all the way to the negotiating table. Along with the words, he took a thumb-sized jewel out of his arms. The jewel, which was shining like a blue sapphire, had begun to dye Kim's palm green. Everyone's eyes widened. Is that the monster stone of the blue-grade monster, the gamecock? Snap! At that moment, he could hear the clicking sound of a camera's shutter in the distance. It was quite a long way off, tens of meters away. It was not a smartphone camera, but a DSLR camera that sounded like a cannon through lenses. He palmed the jewel again after hearing the sound. I've already seen a lot of blood. I don't want to see blood anymore. Let's negotiate. Lee Ki-soo immediately coughed and stepped back. His eyes were still directed toward Kim's hand holding the monster stone, and his eyes were shaking. It was proof of his concern. Damn it, if I get it, the game is over. At present, it was ridiculous to estimate the value of a blue-grade monster stone. He could not get it even if he wanted to. Of course, it was too necessary for the Capital Defense Command, as well as for Lee Ki-soo. What a thing to get by killing Kim Tae-hoon here. How much do you assess as the value of this monster stone? Kim asked them. How much will you pay for it? It certainly sounded like that to Lee Hyuk or Lee Ki-soo. Shoo. Lee Hyuk raised his hand. Then Lee Ki-soo, who was backing down, stepped forward again. He talked instead of Lee Hyuk. If you exclude Hunminjeongeum and the Sunsabai of King Jinhung, we can negotiate with anything. We'll have to negotiate exactly as you say, but we can do business with anything, except for two things. As soon as Kim heard that, he looked at the monster stone of the gamecock that he was holding in his hand with black eyes. Crystal of the gamecock. Then he put it in his mouth and gulped it down. Everyone, who looked at him went blank. Air. Huh. Did he eat it? Those who were trying to hide in various places and aimed at Kim even blurted the words in their minds without realizing it. His behavior was shocking enough. The same was true for Lee Hyuk and Lee Ki-soo, both of whom looked at Kim with a stupid expression. Let's continue the negotiations. It was Kim's words, coming out of the mouth that ate the monster stone, that made them change their expressions. Well, what? You ate it now. What kind of negotiation? Lee Ki-soo still looked ridiculous as he spoke. I never said I would be negotiating with the monster stone of the gamecock. What the F***ck is this? Lee Ki-soo burst into anger. It was rude to show anger in front of Lee Hyuk, but there was no one, including Lee Hyuk, who raised doubts about the anger. There was more than enough all around. I told you a few times before. Many people died to stop the gamecock heading for Seoul, and thanks to it, the people here survived, and I came to receive the price of the lives of the dead and the survivors. But not for Kim Tae-hoon. I will be paid the price of the blood. For him, all this was unjust, not just fair. In the first place, if Major Oh Se-bum and the 6 snakes had not brought the gamecock in Sejong City to Bucheon, there would not have been a dead one. Was there a more unjust death? And now, he must not tolerate the injustice. When he accepted the injustice, the damage would be seen, not by Kim, but by those who followed him. I can exchange anything except Hunminjeongeum and Sunsabai of King Jinhung. I will make it a reference point for the value of the monster I have killed. You crazy bastard. At the words of Kim, Lee Ki-soo no longer had any courtesy. It was a farce from the beginning. That's crazy. Kim should not have been here. He should have been dead in Bucheon. Kim, who should have died, provoked Lee Hyuk in this way. Lee Hyuk was not a naive man, and he was not a man full of kindness. He would regard all of this from Kim today as a disgrace, and would prepare to pay off his disgrace. In the process, if Lee Ki-soo was found to have ordered Oh Se-bum, it would be the worst. Therefore, Lee Ki-soo wanted to overturn the table itself. He wanted to make Kim and Lee Hyuk a relationship that they would not face again in this way. However, Kim ignored Lee Ki-soo and asked Lee Hyuk, who is the superior? At the words, Lee Ki-soo, who had exploded like a volcano, became mute. Lee Hyuk revealed his unpleasantness with his expression. However, he expressed his displeasure only in his face at this moment, but he did not vent his anger. We can't stay still if you are uncooperative. It was evidence that he had already completed the calculation perfectly in his mind, who held the sword at this moment. So you're going to kill me? The dragon, you left that nonsense monster behind. The reason why the Capital Defense Command hunted monsters while raising forces outside Seoul, including Major Oh Se-bum, was simple. They trained awakeners to kill the monsters. In that sense, the blue-grade monster stone was important. It was like a piece of a puzzle that was necessary to kill the dragon. But the monster stone was now in the stomach of Kim. Even if his belly was cut open, the monster stone of the gamecock could not be obtained. Chang Young-sung had a great monster under his command. Anyway, Kim had survived the monster called the gamecock and killed it. Whether he was given the favor of the heavens or thanks to the relics, he survived anyway. It meant that he had the qualification to survive and persist. Nevertheless, do we have to kill him? We can kill him. But the price to pay for it is too high. Finally, the enemies of Lee Hyuk were not just Kim. Okay, I'll pay you for the price of the blood. I will save you, and Colonel Lim Hyun-jun is more our concern right now. There were the Mac Guild and Kim in Bucheon and Incheon, and Colonel Lim Hyun-jun was in Gangwon Province and the front line. As soon as both of them became their enemies, the Capital Defense Command would be besieged. They should avoid that much. I want to make a deal after I pay the price. Furthermore, if Kim claimed to be a hound, he could willingly pay and use him as a hound. There's a green-grade monster on the side of Cheongai Mountain, leading the goblins, and its forces are coming down toward Gangnam District, as well as Cheongai Mountain. Kill it. Lieutenant General, that's, at the words of Lee Hyuk, Lee Ki-soo tried to do something, but his action was blocked by the cold eyes of Lee Hyuk. They waited for Kim's answer, and Kim responded to the wait. I'll receive 3 national treasures for the price of the blood, and 1 national treasure for 1 green-grade monster. 5. Boss, can I ask you a question? Outside Namsan Tower. Now the sunshine felt a little hot, so the shade of the trees around Namsan Tower was pleasant, so Jang and Kim talked for a short break. What would you do if I was murdered? This time, Kim Tae-hoon was originally supposed to go alone. In such a situation, Jang claimed to be a companion. The existence of Jang would be a great help. The problem was risk. If the Capital Defense Command revealed its hostility to Kim and put it into practice, the endangered person would be Jang, not Kim. Of course, Jang was fully prepared. However, Kim's appearance against Lee Hyuk was so aggressive that Jang's fear of preparing for the resolution was chilled. It would not be surprising if Lee Hyuk caused an accident in a fit of anger. If you're killed, you can't help it. Kim answered Jang's question calmly. That's too bad to hear. I can make one thing clear if you die instead. Really? What is it? To wage war with the Capital Defense Command, you won't have to weigh at least as much as you do now. With Kim's still calm voice, Jang smiled, as if he was satisfied with the answer. It's less regrettable to hear that. A group of people began to stride toward them as they spoke. Wearing military uniforms, they were soldiers, and at the same time they were awakeners with marks on their right hands. They were a group of people here to help Kim pick up the relics and watch him. It was Major Oh Se-bum who had the brightest appearance in the group and was at the forefront. I'll take you to the Bank of Korea. His appearance changed the faces of Jang and Kim. It's nice to see you again like this. Major Oh was one of the reasons why Kim and Jang came to Seoul. Did you say Major Oh Se-bum? Yes. So I couldn't even shake your hand. Kim gave his right hand to Major Oh. Major Oh held Kim's right hand after a brief pause. As soon as they held each other's hands, Kim stared at Oh with his bloody eyes and said in a low voice. It's the 3rd time I've met you, and we should shake hands. Kim Tae-hoon and Oh Se-bum met today for the 3rd time. However, Oh did not admit it. The 3rd time, you must have miscounted the numbers. Isn't this the 2nd time you've met me at Gimpo Airport? Of course, to admit that today's meeting was the 3rd time, would be to reveal that he was in Bucheon. Oh knew what that meant. Damn it. At this moment, Oh guessed that Kim didn't just say that to see how he'd react suddenly. The distance from Namsan Tower to the Bank of Korea is about 2.2 kilometers, and it takes about half an hour to walk. Make sure we're at the second or third meeting in half an hour. Kim Tae-hoon was the same. He did not just say that to make a pun against Oh, and make his heart pound. I'd like to kill him, but many people had died because of Oh. They were the ones who gave their lives for Kim. For the comfort of those who had died, it was necessary to mete out a clear punishment for Oh. There was enough justification. Kim did not tease Oh, but as soon as he checked the place where Oh had watched the Gamecock die, he left a video of Oh in Bucheon with 2 awakeners belonging to the Capital Defense Command. It was enough. It was not like they were in court, to judge who was right and wrong first. The important thing was, as he said earlier, justification and excuse. The video was a justification and excuse that Kim and the Mac Guild were able to declare war against the Capital Defense Command. He's just a tool. But Kim did not do that. There were many reasons. For realistic reasons, the moment he killed Major Oh, he would be at war with the Capital Defense Command. Kim was confident of winning that war. He could kill all the officials of the Capital Defense Command alone. However, after the war, there would be few colleagues who would celebrate his victory. It would be a victory of sacrifice. But the biggest reason was the advice Kim sent to himself in a dream. So use him. Use Oh say bum. Kim was not emotionally drunk and did not ignore the advice he had received in return for his own death. Above all, killing Oh would not be the end of the problem. Oh could not have done all on with his own. He was just a tool. He was not a loyal tool, just a useful one. If he shook Oh, they would be shaken. Then let's move on, Jang Sung-hoon. Yes, boss. We're moving. You're coming. I've been waiting. So Kim waited so that Oh's trembling, which had just started, would spread even further. 7. The Bank of Korea. It was a special place in many ways, needed to manage the monetary policy of the Republic of Korea. The building was the first sign. In the city center, full of monotonous buildings, the Bank of Korea's building was elegant and old-fashioned, like the only swan on the lake. It was also the most symbolic safe in Korea. Since it was always a place to keep $9 billion worth of money for monetary policy at all times, what more explanation would be needed? And now it was a place to store the relics of Seoul, and it had become the most important place of the Capital Defense Command, instead of the $9 billion worth of money that had become pieces of toilet paper if not burned for tinder. I'll be right back, boss. Jang Sung-hoon went into the safe. I'll pick something good. It was a compromise. Kim agreed to receive 3 national treasures from the Capital Defense Command. It was natural to decide what to receive, but Kim wanted to choose what he wanted to receive after seeing them. Not all national treasures were relics. And even if it was not a national treasure, there might have been a much more valuable relic that was not designated as a national treasure. Furthermore, the Capital Defense Command could give him a fake. In fact, there were fakes in museums, including the National Museum of Korea. For example, in the case of the gilt bronze incense burner of Beach, which Kim had acquired, a replica modeled after it was displayed at the National Museum of Korea. There was no sure way to be sure other than to see and choose it, because there was no right way to deal with the words after they gave it to him and said that he did not have the ability to use it. On the other hand, the Capital Defense Command did not want to put the ridiculous monster Kim Tae-hoon in a place filled with relics. Kim agreed. What if he went into the safe alone, and they closed it? Could Jang, who was waiting outside, save Kim in such a situation? Aha, I'm finally going to open the safe of the Bank of Korea and a $9 billion piggy bank. The compromise that came out was that Jang would pick them inside the safe. That was one of the reasons why Jang followed Kim. For Kim, this trip to Seoul was not just a trip to Seoul, but a journey to get the price of the blood of those who had died. It was natural to be ready for myriad scenarios. So Jang went into the safe with a watchdog, and Kim immediately spoke to his watchdog, Major O. "So, what's the answer?" Kim asked Major O, who was deployed to monitor him, the question he had not heard the answer to at Namsan Tower. Major O stared at him instead of answering Kim's question. During the 30 minutes from Namsan Tower to the Bank of Korea, O's mind had been full of chaos. He had been thinking about it over and over again. Damn it. But the answer did not come out. It was not a matter for the correct answer in the first place. There was only one thing, O's choice. In the end, he chose. What do you want? He chose to be faithful to his own interests. You're doing this because you want something from me. If Kim was just going to screw O, he did not have to do it like this. That was O's thought, and because of that, O decided to deal with Kim. Do you admit it's your third meeting? *T, I don't care about that. Tell me what you want. In addition, the choice was the least damaging choice for O. The grounds were simple. I will die if I am an enemy to this monster. O was very scared of Kim. Kim was not discouraged even in front of Lieutenant General Lee Hyuk, but rather, he was provoked and acted bravely. To deal with such a monster was simply to deal with the gamecock that drove Buchan into a nightmare. It was a thing that would be hard for him to do. Above all, Kim was not just a strong man. He was an assassin who had lived through strong violence. To be his target was actually a death sentence, and O wanted to avoid such a situation. I just followed orders. There is no reason for me to pay my own blood. In other words, he intended to blame others for what had happened in Buchan, if necessary. One thing I want to know. What method on earth did you use? What? I'm just curious about the way that the blue-grade monster was attracted. At Kim's request, O's left eyebrow soared to the sky. He did not easily understand Kim's request. Is that all? If I asked you to betray the Capital Defense Command and be my dog, you wouldn't be a dog, right? That's true, but... Soon after O understood Kim's demands, he began to worry again. To be honest, Kim's current demand was a far cry. Is this really all? It was a much weaker demand than he thought. At least it did not mean that there would be a big change in O's identity right now, though he admitted Kim's demand. Kim Tae-hoon took an SD card out of his pocket for O, who began to worry about it. This is an SD card containing the original video footage of you leaving the building after killing your two fellows. If you give me an answer, I'll just hand it over here. You might have copied it. Do I have to convince you for that part? Jade Dragon Pattern Raiton. At that moment, O showed the inside of his vest with the word. Inside, there was a horn-shaped cup carved out of white jade. Kim's eyes turned black. Jade Dragon Pattern Raiton. ======. Jade Dragon Pattern Raiton. The item had a buff effect in terms of games. With this relic, you can temporarily resist fear. And one more thing. At the same time, this item had one more hidden ability. When you drink this, you become similar to monsters. Should I say that the fear of the monsters comes out of your body? As soon as they drink the water of Jade Dragon, energy like a monster's fear flows out from their entire body. Of course, weak monsters run away from the fear. If the gamecock saw the strength, it would have been mad rather than avoiding it. It would have been a clear provocation for monsters like the gamecock. It's painting a target. O used the Jade Dragon Pattern Raiton to lure the gamecock. More specifically, awakeners were placed from Sejong City to Buchan City, and they drank the water of Jade Dragon in order. It was similar to Hansel and Gretel. In Hansel and Gretel, if a slice of bread played a role, he used the Raiton instead of a piece of bread so that the gamecock would naturally reach Buchan City after chasing the awakeners who drank the water of Jade Dragon. Is this enough as an answer? Huh. At O's question, Kim handed him the SD card he had in his hand instead. O no longer spoke nonsense the moment he received it. The silence between the two continued until a man appeared outside the brightly opened door of the safe of the Bank of Korea. "Boss!" Jang exclaimed. 8. When Jang came out of the safe, there were 3 objects in his hands. The horse figure type earthenware attracted Kim's attention. Horse figure type earthenware, servant statue. It was a statue of a servant who served the master statue Kim already had. Now we have only Raiton left. In addition, there was another national treasure similar to this one, horse figure type earthenware, Raiton. Of course, it was similar, but its history was completely different. The next thing that caught his eye was a gold earring. The gold earring was not an ordinary thing to look at for Kim, an outsider to art. It was the first item I chose. It's not a relic, but it's a must-have. It was shining in gold color and the craftsmanship was great. Not only did the body have turtle shells, but dozens of tiny leaf-shaped things on the bottom of it were so exquisite and beautiful that they could hardly be made by human hands. It's the couple burial mound gold earrings. Couple burial mound gold earrings. It's an effect that transcends relics. The couple burial mound gold earrings of Gyeongju was the national treasure number 90, and had beauty and sophistication considered the best of Silla's metal craftsmanship. The last item was haheedle. Haheedle. It's not a haheedle that is sold as souvenirs at chicken restaurants. It is the oldest haheedle in Korea. National treasure number 121. It's a 1,000-year-old item made in the 11th century. Of course, it wasn't just a haheedle. Anong haheedle. As Jang explained, it was the oldest existing haheedle among the Haho masks, which had endured for nearly 1,000 years. Note that there were 2 types of masks, Byung Santal and haheedle. But after I thought about them I brought the Yang Bantal, one of the haheedle. Why did you choose the haheedle? I just thought you would be really strong if you wore the haheedle. Who knows? Will this be the boss's trademark? Jang's explanation stopped there. Now, it's boss's turn. This time, Kim began to explain a relic to Jang who had finished explaining. The relic was none other than Jade Dragon Pattern Raiton which O showed him a little while ago. When Jang heard the name and characteristics of the relic, he said in a low voice, "There is only one place in East Asia where there is likely to be such a level of objects, especially relics made with that level of jade." Jang said in a low voice that only Kim could hear, "It's the National Palace Museum in Taiwan." The quality and number of relics were proportional to the length of a country's history. In that sense, China was the birthplace of one of the world's most famous relic grounds. It was true. Starting with the Yellow River Civilization, one of the beginnings of civilization, the relics left through the long history of China were so great that their quality and quantity could not easily be compared with any other country. It was until the government of Kuomintang moved to Taiwan, as their defeat intensified in the Chinese Civil War. However, in the midst of historical turmoil, China was divided into 2 countries, and relics could not avoid their fate. At that time, the number of relics carried by the government of Kuomintang from China to Taiwan was about 600,000. It wasn't just 600,000 pieces, but only 600,000 relics were selected and picked by the imperial family of the Qing dynasty. They moved them all to Taiwan. When China fought a war, they divided into the Communist Party and the Kuomintang. The Kuomintang, which was pushed out by the Communist Party, moved to Taiwan. In the process, the Kuomintang also moved the heritage of Chinese history to Taiwan. Even they had deceived the US that they would carry civilians to Taiwan, but they transported the relics. Because of that, there were a lot of people killed. They carried the relics instead of the lives of people, and the criticism was huge. Later, because of the Cultural Revolution of the Communist Party of China, the remaining relics in the mainland were completely destroyed. Thanks to the People's Party, the Kuomintang, they protected the relics of China. It's ironic. On the way back to Bucheon, Jang, who was teaching history in the street, paused and looked at Kim. "Boss?" Kim didn't look like he was listening to him. It seemed that he was thinking of something else. "Boss?" It was only after Jang called him again that Kim responded. Kim Tae-hoon turned to look at Jang. "Did you hear my explanation?" "I heard it. Can I give you a quiz?" "Did you really hear that?" "I'll take history education later." "You didn't listen to me." "Boss, did you study bad when you were in school?" Instead of answering, Kim looked at Jang quietly. Jang smiled awkwardly. "It's a joke." "What the hell are you thinking about?" Kim gave an answer to the question. "If I were in Taiwan now, and if I were an ambitious person, what would I have planned?" In the response, Jang wiped the playfulness from his face. "So what kind of picture was drawn?" "Control tower." "Yes. A huge number of relics, geographical location in the middle of China, Korea, and Japan, as well as the geographical advantage of not having to worry about monster raids through land routes. If they have the ability to make contact outside of Taiwan, then there would be no better conditions to be a control tower." "Oh. I'm sure it is, but I suppose it's hard to make a living because they are so isolated. Taiwan's food self-sufficiency rate is about 30%. There will be people dying of hunger, but there is plenty of room to hold on. Even if it's winter in Taiwan, the temperature won't drop below zero. But it's a country where people freeze to death when it snows. They must have spent the winter really warm. I envy them. It was hell for me to wake up in the morning during the winter. More than anything, they call themselves China." Jang smiled at this part. He could help not knowing the relationship between Taiwan and China. Naturally, he knew how ridiculous it was to claim that Taiwan was China. Even though they claimed that. But the laughing did not last long. Jang's expression had hardened. Now he could understand it. Taiwan is a country that reveals its hostility to China, and they claim that Taiwan is China. So far, there has not been a big accident because it was just at the level of words, but not from now on. It's troublesome. If Taiwan had any national power or conditions to threaten China, Taiwan's claim would not have remained a mere assertion. It would lead to a great war that would affect all of Asia. The headquarters of the Six Snakes is Taiwan. They are now drawing a board to gain supremacy. This was why Kim had to think over his return to Bucheon. The Six Snakes. Now he could guess the starting point of the group that drove one Kim to his death. Jang sighed deeply when he heard the conclusion. "Wow, Taiwan, we can't go there by airplane, this is even more troublesome. Are you sure the headquarters of the Six Snakes is Taiwan?" Although Jang suspected that its headquarters would be outside the country, it was a totally different story from hoping and feeling real. However, Kim made a good face instead. "If we know the location of the control tower, it won't be complicated if we're sick." "Yes. I'll attack them first." Kim knew well. The difficulty in war is not when the enemy is strong, but when the enemy is opaque. This was why it was difficult to deal with terrorists, anarchists, and an anti-government group, and why the US, with power beyond any other group in the world, did not win the war against them. On the other hand, when an enemy becomes clear, no matter how great the enemy is, he could find a way. In addition, it was something Kim had done during all his life, finding the weak point of a strong enemy and taking only the necessary lives. All we have to do is identify the enemy more clearly, and then kill the one who needs to be killed. The Capital Defense Command is now more problematic than that. Of course, at this moment, Kim did not miss the problem he was facing. The immediate issue was not Taiwan, but the Capital Defense Command. Kim has already fought with the Capital Defense Command. It didn't just lead to bloodshed, but a bloody war of nerves that was enough to hurt feelings. You scratched very well. That's why I have a question. Why would they ask the boss to kill a monster? Even it's a green-grade monster, with the power of the Capital Defense Command, they can kill the monster when it gets close. Jang also did not ignore the fact. Lieutenant General Lee Hyuk requested that Kim kill the head of the goblins, the green-grade monster in Cheongai Mountain, and they would pay for it. The request was not a lie. Jang had already known through Dongyo that there was a green-grade monster there. The problem was Lee Hyuk's intentions. For the Capital Defense Command, the Monster Stone is the most urgent one. At present, it was the Monster Stones that were urgent for the Capital Defense Command. They could take relics from Kim, but he could not spit out the Monster Stones he'd already eaten. In that situation, they were asking Kim to kill the green-grade monster. It was like giving up their game to Kim. It was not free, but they would pay for it. They want to know what I'm capable of. In that respect, Kim summed up the situation simply. They want to know your ability. It was not difficult to determine what Lee Hyuk intended. The next game will depend on whether a hunting dog can kill a wild boar or a tiger. That's the personality of Lee Hyuk. What kind of person is Lee Hyuk? He was the only one who would have been promoted to 4 stars. Jang Sung-hoon clicked his tongue briefly. So he must be angry now, right? If he had stayed still, he could have become a 4-star general, but his chance flew away because of the monsters. In Jan's understanding, Lee Hyuk's life was all rosy, but it was shattered by the appearance of the monsters. It's disgusting. Jang himself would not have been able to withstand such a situation easily. Lee Hyuk wouldn't be able to get there now if he had had that attitude. But Kim was different. As he said before, he knew what Lee Hyuk was like. For stars, he has done everything to get there. For him, the seat of the Capital Defense Command would have been dull. Dull. A hunting dog can never be a pet. Lee Hyuk had fought all his life and had always won the fight. That was when he lived as a soldier. Would Lee Hyuk, who had lived such a life, be able to adapt and accept peace easily? The guy who proved his worth through a fierce war. It would have been an opportunity for him when monsters appeared. For him, the emergence of monsters, the collapse of the nation, and the end of the world must have felt a historic opportunity. It's a great opportunity to leave his name in history books. To put it another way, he is now in a state of wild ambition beyond all control. So he is being exploited. Yes. The 6 snakes were taking advantage of Lee Hyuk's ambition. The more ambitious the fire grows, the blinder the person is. More importantly, the 6 snakes were taking out what they hoped to gain beneath the eyes of Lee Hyuk, who wanted to build a historical achievement, not just personal benefits. Then we should use his ambition, too. So, did you make a plan for the future? I am the only one who carries out the liquidation of Cheongai Mountain. It was a sudden notice. However, Jang was not surprised by the notification. You'd be bait, that's it. Now, Jang could figure out Kim's intention without trying to understand. So what do we do while the boss is playing a gorgeous bait? If Kim made a solo strike at Cheongai Mountain, all the attention of the Capital Defense Command would inevitably be focused on it. Of course, they would not be able to make any rash moves in Bucheon and Incheon, which were considered the headquarters of the Mac Guild. We need to make the area that the Gamecock occupied our territory. Kim was planning to expand the Mac Guild's territory as their attention was elsewhere. Now is the time to occupy Chungcheong Province. This makes me feel like I'm playing a game in Romance of the Three Kingdoms. The target was Sejong City and the surrounding areas, and Chungcheong Province, which had been occupied by the Gamecock. It was also very important. The Chungcheong Province would not only be an important route to the Jeolla region but also to the Gyeongsang Province, as well as the most important food supply in the survival battle that would take place from now on. He was not talking about only farming. Fruit trees, of apples and peaches, were valuable resources at this point. Fruit trees never grow overnight. There was another one. If we occupy Chungcheong region, we can obtain oil reserves in Seosan and Pyeongtaek. The cities of Pyeongtaek and Seosan, located near the border between Chungcheong Province and Gyeonggi Province, were the base for oil reserves in Korea. Seosan, in particular, is a base for crude oil. 11 million barrels of oil were stored in Seosan. War required human blood, gunpowder, and oil to be fought. The oil reserve was more important than anything else. When Kim finished thinking, he looked at his right hand with black eyes. Basic abilities. Strength, 561. Health, 502. Special abilities. Energy, B rank. Mana, B+ rank. Telekinesis, A rank. Defense, B+ rank. Mana resistance, B rank. Achieved abilities. Anger soaring, grade 3, the power of the gamecock. It consumes all your energy and causes a huge explosion around you. After confirming his ability, he clenched his fist. If you want to see what I can do, I'll definitely show you. 2. Cheonggai Mountain. It was the southernmost mountain surrounding Seoul, not small, but insufficient to call grand. It was a mountain one could feel a sense of loyalty from time to time, as it kept its seat like a gatekeeper, blocking those who wanted to cross Seoul. However, at this moment, in the summer of 2017, one could not find any loyalty to protect Seoul in Cheonggai Mountain. Goblins filled Cheonggai Mountain instead of loyalty. It was like a goblin zoo. There were all kinds of goblins, and there were countless numbers of them. Among them was a monster whose presence was incomparable to that of other goblins. Kier. Rather than a goblin, it looked like a troll, huge in size and white-skinned. Around the goblin, whose green eyes shone, there were all kinds of skulls of animals, monsters, and human beings piled up like mountains. It was a history of predation. It was also clear evidence that the white-skinned goblin had reigned as the owner of this Cheonggai Mountain for a long time. Snap. Some people took pictures with long-lens DSLR cameras that reminded one of a cannon far away. The number was not 1 or 2, either. They're within range. We can capture this side in range. The number was about 40. It was not a rare sight in Cheonggai Mountain, because there used to be a lot of people who came to take pictures of Cheonggai Mountain with professional cameras, often as part of a photo club. But those who were holding the cameras were not of that kind. Okay. They were all wearing uniforms. It was not just military uniforms, but black uniforms. At the same time, everyone had a round mark on the back of their right hand. Everyone, stand by. They were the special forces that Lieutenant Colonel Yu led. The reason why they brought expensive cameras here to Cheonggai Mountain, which had become a kingdom of goblins, was simple. We're ready. They came here to take pictures of one man's abilities. That man was, of course, Kim Tae-hoon. He told the Capital Defense Command, "I will clean up the goblins of Cheonggai Mountain, so be sure to watch." You've managed to let this happen. I thought you'd be interrupting the photographing. It was unexpected. The Capital Defense Command predicted that Kim would do a lot of work to hide his abilities. When Lieutenant Colonel Yu was assigned the mission of recording Kim's abilities, he wanted to grab his hair and tear it off at first. However, Kim allowed the filming to be done in a public way. Is it for me? Think of it as a good thing. Of course, it was not for Colonel Yu. How do you think you're going to fight? Kim Tae-hoon was just going to show them clearly, his abilities, and the ability gained after taking the crystal of the gamecock. Isn't there one thing you want to see anyway? I'll show you the new abilities I have. He was going to imprint his presence on all of the people of the Capital Defense Command, including Lee Hyuk. At that moment, he began to fly. Jingle. A fine jingle that they had never heard before appeared in Mount Cheonggai, which was filled with the cries of the goblins. Ki. To the innumerable sounds, the goblins showed curiosity before hostility. Ki. Curiosity drove the goblins. There was no hesitation or caution. It was because Mount Chongai was as good as heaven for goblins. There were a large number of goblins, definitely over 1,000, and the white goblin, a ghastly green-eyed monster, reigned as the king of the goblins. There was no reason for goblins to be wary in a land where only goblins could survive. Ki. Then the goblins began to gather in the direction of the sound. It was a man who welcomed such goblins. He wore a thick protective coat, a knife case on his back, a large bag on top of it, and he wore a pair of gold earrings on his left hand that did not match his appearance. Jingle. The sound that had brought the goblins' curiosity was the sound of the earrings on his wrists. Ki. Of course, the moment they found the man, the goblins were longer curious. Ki. Immediately, they expressed hostility with the screaming, and some acted before expressing hostility. Habit, pot. A dozen goblins began to rush toward the man like wild boars. They were not hesitant at all. This was a heaven for the goblins, or hell for any other beings except goblins. Everything else that appeared to the goblins was just prey. Furthermore, there was a reason for the Chongai mountain goblins to have such confidence. There were many goblins here, not only the goblins with very powerful combat power but also the goblins with mysterious magic. Kiruru. Most goblins was very weak but the hobgoblins made them strong warriors. Ki. The eyes of the goblins who ran ahead at the magical crying of the orange eyes goblins that had been heard somewhere began to flutter. Kara. They looked drugged. Furthermore, the disturbance that started like this spread around. It moved all the goblins of Chongai Mountain. Kukuku. The ground was shaking, and the trees began to tremble. It was like a mountain crying. Kim Tae-hoon, the man facing the waves of the goblins, blackened his eyes. Jingle. His wrist, which was as black as his eyes, made a clear sound and dug into his ears. The pure tone that dug into his ears made his mind clear. It was not negative, but the opposite. Everything is clear. It was a pure white paper which could accept anything. He felt like he had been drawing TK pictures on a dirty board and received a white drawing paper for the first time. He felt like everything he drew would be clearer than anything else. The scenery Kim Tae-hoon saw was also so clear it couldn't be any clearer. It was like coming out of the light after the darkness. So he was worried at this moment. What should I draw in this scene? Should I use arrows to make small holes in this broad space? Or should I use the sword to make headless bodies and scatter them? Ki. The worry continued until one goblin was close enough to bite him, and he could smell its rotten breath. Jingle. At that moment, the gold earrings on his wrist made a sound. But it was no longer a clear sound. Quarryung. It was a sign of the appearance of a thunderbolt. 4. Lee Jae-suk. As an awakener, he had survived since the advent of monsters. It was not easy, but in return for his survival, he was able to gain superhuman power. He ate the monster stones, and his ability was steadily strengthened. From a certain moment it was possible to gain power that could not be compared to an average man, and even those who were called professionals among the public. He had felt strange emotions at that fact. The joy of being chosen, the sense of superiority that ordinary people could not rival him, and a sense of relief in a world where living without power had become a pain. Oh, my God! But at this moment, the scenery seen through the expensive camera lenses broke down Lee's feelings. Quarryung. What? Crazy. It was a powerful explosion. A ring of flames was created around Kim Tae-hoon's body, and the ring quickly spread out with an explosion. Qua. Exposure to the explosion had become a terrible thing. The trees with shallow roots were pulled out, and the deep-rooted trees were broken. The weak goblins' bodies were crushed and hurled away. What the hell was that? Is it true what I'm seeing right now, not a movie? Everything for 100 meters around him was a charred ruin. But even more intense was the horror that swept through everything after with the explosion. Anger. It was anger. Expressing this anger was not different from expressing hostility and murder to the other party. The explosion caused by Kim was deeply mixed with the anger. And it was not just anger. When a tiger expressed anger toward a rat herd, the rats were bound to be frightened. Here in Cheongai Mountain, goblins were rats, and Kim, who had expressed his anger, was a tiger. The awakeners of the Capital Defense Command, who watched the scene from a safe distance, were big rats. There was no one who could stay calm in front of Kim's fear. The sound of men swallowing was over the place. Those who ended up just swallowing were the strong awakeners. The bodies of those with low energy rank were now shaking badly, as if they were naked during a past winter's night. Snap, snap, snap. During the trembling, the camera shutters blinked, the sounds of some of their trembling fingers pounding the camera shutter button. The sound of the camera shutter sounded like a scream that the tongue, which had been frozen in fear, could not voice. The only thing in this situation that could answer this anger without fear, was anger. Kei-cha. Only the owner of Cheongai Mountain, the white goblin with green eyes, was willing to punish the one who dared to spit fear in its realm. 5. Anger soaring. The power of the gamecock caused an intense explosion and gave Kim enough satisfaction. The ability was also powerful, but the true significance of anger soaring was that he could conditionally use the fear. Monsters were able to exert overwhelming violence against humanity because of the influence of fear. Even if they held a powerful weapon, they became helpless when they were exposed to the fear. It was the same with the monsters. In front of him, who was able to use the fear, the monsters were also defenseless. Of course, the price was not small. It's very energy-consuming. In return, anger soaring demanded all of his energy. Energy consumption could not be controlled. It was also a risk to consider when using the anger soaring. When energy was consumed, physical ability, as well as resistance to fear, were reduced. It made the enemy defenseless, but he was defenseless, too. His trump for that part was the gilt bronze Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva statue. The relic from Bio showed its ability in the bag that he was carrying. His energy, which had been empty, was restored quickly. Kei-cha. At that moment, the cry of albino goblin knocked on his eardrum. It started at a long distance, but it was not a long distance to his hearing, and his spine stood up to the sound of Cheongai Mountain echoing the cry. The energy that started to gain weight again wriggled and protected its owner from the fear. I can hold against the fear of the green-grade monster. However, although his reduced energy did not completely protect him from the fear of the albino goblin, it was not enough that he could not demonstrate his ability. Moreover, the gold earrings hanging on his wrist sharpened his concentration and mental strength. Thanks to them, at this moment, even though he was about to battle the green-grade monster, he was able to assess the battlefield coolly. I'll hide the gilt bronze incense burner of beach. Once he tried to hide its existence. He used it in battle with the gamecock, and the report was passed on to the Capital Defense Command through Oh Se-bum. But they only knew that he was playing with golden smoke animals. Moreover, it was not Lee Hyuk who knew the fact, but the 6 snakes, who wanted to take the power of the Capital Defense Command. In such a situation, it was not necessary to show the existence of the gilt bronze incense burner of beach. It was a different kind of thing to show a strong hand and show all your cards. I will also exclude the horse figure type earthenware. The horse figure type earthenware, servant statue was new, so it was not unreasonable to use it, but the story was different if it was the master statue. The horse figure type earthenware was originally owned by the Capital Defense Command, but it was lost in the Incheon entry operation to rescue Kate Kennedy. It was not strange that he found it in Incheon and used it, but it was not good for the Capital Defense Command. Was there a single human being who liked to see things lost from the original owner's hands being used in the hands of others? And the best relics he had were, of course, a sword and an arrow. T.S. Ryung. The sword of the Imperator sheathed behind him hummed, waiting and willing to appear. Hu Woong. At that moment, a stone of the size of a person's body came flying by itself from behind him. Chop. The sword of the Imperator immediately cut the stone flying toward its owner in half. The two stones crossed to either side of him. Thump. Thump. The sound of two stones hitting the ground stimulated his sensitive hearing. At that fact, he glared at albino goblin coming from his front. In the meantime, once again, stones started to fly to him, this time several of them. It is using telekinesis, he thought. The ability albino goblin had was telekinesis. After he realized the fact, he stopped thinking because he no longer needed to think about ways to hunt it. He now began to run toward it with his arms black. 6. Quarryung. When anger soaring shook Chomgai Mountain, there were those who watched the scene from far away. Wow, that's not a joke. Two men were twin brothers, apparently of the same appearance. I can't believe there is such a human being. How many monster stones do we have to eat to be that monster? But their temperament looked different. That's awesome. Can I stop him? 30 seconds would be great. I have to deliver a letter to him, and is there a chance for me? Damn it, I've come to Seoul after a long time, but I am going to risk my life delivering a letter, rather than taking a cup of coffee on the boulevard. I did not have to come here. I think cleaning the military demarcation line would be safer than here, right? One was constantly talking, and the other, who was far away with a camera in his hand, was silently filming Kim. Shut up. The man who had been silent then spoke for the first time. What? Is that what you're saying? There's no reason not to tell you. Shut up. Is that what you're saying? You're my brother, and I think you stopped at the level of shut up. It was the conversation of brothers that could not be seen anywhere else. Look at this. Are you trying to get impudent? Shut up a little bit. And as with the brothers' fights, the two began to raise the level of the struggle. K-cha. It was albino goblin's grudge that stopped the fight between them. The two of them were silent at the shouting and focused on the battle of monster and monster that would begin now. On the left arms of the uniforms they were wearing, there was a mark with two circles attached like a snowman. It was the mark of the 8th Mechanized Infantry Division, the Atuki unit. Running through the mountainside, Kim Tae-hoon showed no hesitation. He completely avoided all the obstacles blocking his way, sometimes using them as stepping stones to run, and narrowed the distance to the albino goblin at once. Kuang. The albino goblin didn't mind Kim's approach. It was willing to welcome his approach with a shriek. Each minute the distance between the two quickly narrowed, and when the distance was about 10 meters, Kim leaped. Pot. Kim's right arm was black as he jumped, and at the end spot of his movement was the huge head of the 4-meter-tall albino goblin. It was blatant. So blatant that everyone watching the scene knew that Kim's aim was not anywhere else but the head of the albino goblin. The albino goblin, who was directly involved in the battle, was also aware of the fact. Kuang. Of course, albino goblin counterattacked. It also punched at Kim. The fist of the albino goblin flew toward where Kim would be with all its might. Boom! But it punched only the air. Kuang. What caught the eyes of albino goblin emitting the questioning sound was the image of Kim, who had stopped still in the air. It was a temporary pause caused by telekinesis. Kim's body, which stopped just like that, moved again after albino goblin swept its all-powerful punch through the air. His body flew once again to the head of albino goblin like a baseball hit by a bat. Whack! The black fist stuck into albino goblin's face. Kim's fist was enough to shatter the sharp horn-like nose of the albino goblin, such that its face was completely crushed. Its nose was driven back into its face. It was hard to believe, but it was a natural result for Kim. He had more than 500 stat points in strength. Even if there were other awakeners in the world who had higher stat points in strength than Kim, the number would not exceed 5. In addition, his energy rank was B+. No matter how much energy he had consumed in the anger soaring, the basic output was different. If talking about cars, the basic horsepower was different. Added to this, was the Herculean strength of Twin-Head Ogre, the achieved power, which he had acquired after eating the monster stone of the Twin-Head Ogre. It was a great thing that its face was just crushed. Kuong. Albino Goblin stumbled backward after such a powerful attack. Kara. But Albino Goblin, instead of a scream of terrified prey, threw out a cry full of anger. With that cry, it regained its balance, which had been about to collapse, after only a few backward steps. K-cha. The Albino Goblin was back upright and threw out a shriek. It was the appearance of a real monster. Kim ran towards the screaming Albino Goblin. The Albino Goblin confirmed he was approaching, and first narrowed its distance to Kim, who was running on the ground this time. It was going to attack rather than wait. Bang bang. The huge Albino Goblin's right fist struck like a lightning bolt toward Kim on the ground. Boom. The ground cried out after the Albino Goblin's fist hit. However, that was all. Kim was safe. No, he was not just safe. He stood next to Albino Goblin's fist and stretched his left hand out toward the face of the Albino Goblin. This time it wasn't a punch. He sprayed instead of punching it, and the spray was pouring out black, sticky stuff, covering its crushed face in the black liquid. Chiaik. A natural shriek came from the mouth of the Albino Goblin. Boom. Boom. Bang, bang. At the same time, Albino Goblin was going mad. It swung its arms around unceasingly and slammed its feet on the ground. Its pain-filled indiscriminate struggle began. Along with the struggle, the stones and trees around the Albino Goblin were fluttering. It was evident that its telekinesis was being freely exercised in its anger. It was a typhoon-like struggle, and Kim increased the distance from the typhoon. Thud, thud. As he increased the distance, he threw 2 grenades on the ground. Ping, ping. The fallen grenades stopped for a moment on the ground and then threw out their pins themselves. The grenades with the safety pins pulled up like fleas and settled on both shoulders of the Albino Goblin. A moment later, the roar of the grenades shook the mountain. It's over. At the moment he heard the sound, Kim no longer thought of fighting hard against the Albino Goblin. It was because there was no more reason to fight hard. It can't use its telekinesis anymore. The Albino Goblin would not be able to use its telekinesis from now on. That was his goal from the start, making the Albino Goblin's telekinesis useless. For telekinesis, the 5 senses and concentration of the user are more important than anything else. In other words, telekinesis cannot use its power in situations where the 5 senses cannot do their job and concentration cannot be exercised. Kim knew that fact better than anyone else. So, he attacked Albino Goblin's 5 senses in turn. He sprayed its eyes and nose, and the grenades made its hearing useless. For the Albino Goblin, who could not see, could not smell, and could not hear, its telekinesis was no longer a weapon. Of course, it might be possible if the Albino Goblin concentrated. In the old days, Kim had moved the sword of the Imperator using his telekinesis inside the body of the Black Snake, when all 5 senses had been blocked. However, the problem was that Kim did not intend to give Albino Goblin time to concentrate. Whiz! The arrow of Sun Sin showed up from its sheath. Swish! At the same time, the sword of the Imperator, which had not yet been seen, also appeared. Not a fierce battle, but a one-sided killing began. 8. The battle between the Albino Goblin and Kim was not short. It took about 15 minutes. It was a battle that did not suit Kim's character. He was not a person who played a game, and he did not welcome or enjoy the long battle. Nevertheless, the reason why the battle was longer was that he wanted to measure his own abilities. Until now, Kim had no chance to check his abilities. His battle had been one of the two, like nothing, or intense. Monsters under the orange grade were as nothing to Kim, while other monsters demanded the intensity of risking his life. And it was likely to be the same in the future. In such a situation, the green grade monster, the albino goblin, who lacked physical ability compared to the twin-head ogre, was a good subject to check his abilities. Of course, there were other intentions. Kim wanted to show his abilities to the people who saw him. He tried to show his power, not a hunting dog that could be tamed with the little ability they had, and what kind of determination and preparation should be made if they wanted to make him an enemy. When it was all over, Kim earned the price of his hunting success. With the sword of the Imperator, he broke open the body of the albino goblin stained with blood and took the monster stone from its heart. Sad-faced the crystal of the albino goblin. Proficiency in telekinesis is greatly increased. You can acquire the power of the albino goblin, the telekinesis of a mutant. I think this is the first time I've got a monster stone related to telekinesis. Soon after, Kim put the monster stone from the albino goblin in his mouth. Gulp. Then, he carefully checked the back of his right hand after taking off his glove. At that moment, his eyes became bigger for the first time. My rank of telekinesis became A+. 9. Key. Chongai Mountain, a paradise for goblins, was now a hell of goblins. The death of the king of goblins, the albino goblin, who had made a heaven for the goblins so far, had caused confusion. Chongai was in turmoil. It was an irresistible throb, which the power of an individual had nothing to do with. Of course, everyone in Chongai Mountain moved to get out of there. God damn it, he is the crazy monster. The same was true of the twin brothers who visited Chongai Mountain. No matter how many times I think about it, it's a suicidal act if we deliver the letter to him right now. An Ju-hyung, who was a member of the Atuki unit, also wanted to leave Chongai Mountain as soon as possible. What are you going to do, man? Can you go after him now and deliver it? Or do you want to return to the unit? Hey, An Jae-hyung. The same was true of his younger brother, An Jae-hyung. Shut up. I'm thinking about it myself. They originally had a mission to deliver Lim Hyun-jun's letter to Kim Tae-hoon, the leader of the Mac Guild. You don't need to think about it, the moment that crazy monster has a grudge against us, we're dead. It was a very important task. The evidence was that none other than An Ju-hyung and An Jae-hyung brothers were put onto this mission. But we have to do our duty. Is the mission important? Life is important. You know the circumstances of our unit. I don't have time. That's right. What, then? Let's play rock paper scissors and let the loser deliver it alone. Stop talking about playing rock paper scissors. We need to move together. But at this moment, they were not able to easily carry out their duties, as a man was in front of them now. Stop what you're doing. Huck. Huck. The two brothers were horrified at the appearance of Kim. Being startled with their eyes opening wide, their surprised expressions clearly showed that the two were twin brothers. The expression of the two was identical. Kim stared at them. In fact, he had already felt the existence of the two. There was no way he could not feel it. Chongai Mountain was a world of the goblins' own, and the voices of people in that world were very different. Although it was quite a far distance off, he could not avoid the two brothers' conversations. Therefore, he had waited for the right time, when the situation was settled, he would track them down. And now he was in front of them. Looking at the two brothers, he checked their left arms with a glance. Colonel Lim Hyun-jun sent them. The mark of the 8th Mechanized Infantry Division in khaki, the so-called Atuki unit mark, came into his eyes. As soon as Kim saw the mark, he did not have to make the situation difficult or complicated. Take out what you have prepared for. There was no reason why the soldiers of the Atuki unit that had settled in Gangwon province and the northern part of Gyeonggi province would come over the Han River. They came to contact Kim. It was not strange that they appeared, since Lieutenant Colonel Yu had contacted Colonel Lim Hyun-jun earlier. This is a letter. At the answer of An Ju-hyung, Kim Tae-hoon reached out. An Jae-hyung and An Ju-hyung immediately put their hands into their arms, and after taking out the same letter, they put them in Kim's hand at the same time. The same letter was doubled, and a natural measure to prepare for the loss that might happen. Of course, this was not a natural sight for the two brothers who handed over the letter. They looked at each other in surprise. The two of them, with the same expression and the same face, looked at each other as if they were looking in a mirror. Kim Tae-hoon laughed at the funny sight. It was a scene easy to laugh at. But that did not ease his tension. They are able men, as they got here without a single injury. Unless Colonel Lim Hyun-jun was a fool, he would not have sent a person of little ability to contact Kim. Moreover, a person with little ability could never survive in the world. No matter how good a soldier was, if he was not an awakener, he could not guarantee his life as soon as he encountered an orange-grade monster. The contact with Kim was important. They should have confidence as well as ability. There was no reason to relax with them in front of him. Receiving two letters like that, he read the letter after opening one of the envelopes. Well, if you could just give me an answer, An Ju-hyung carefully said to Kim, who started reading the letter. While reading the letter, Kim's eyes turned to An Ju-hyung. It was the colonel's request to hear the answer on the spot. An Ju-hyung spoke his words even under Kim's gaze. He carried out the mission which had been ordered to in front of the monstrous man, Kim Tae-hoon. He looked like an exemplar of a soldier. Tell Colonel Lim Hyun-jun, if you don't want to die, come to me. Kim was willing to answer the question. After the answer, he tore the letter in his hand apart, put the paper on his palm and blew it. The letter paper was blown into ashes by the flame from Kim's mouth. 10. Okay. Jang Sung-hoon said to himself, and he circled on the map of Korea. It was Daesan Town, Seosan City, South Chungcheong Province. We have secured Songdo LNG base and Seosan oil stockpile base, so we will not have to worry about energy for the time being. It was one of the oil reserves in Korea. A little while ago, he received the news that the Mac Guild had secured the oil stockpile. So the gaze of Jang headed to the area of Chungcheong province below it. We don't have to worry about rice for a while. In addition, they searched the area of Chungcheong province and found several warehouses that stored rice. There was also a lot of good news. We have secured a lot of proper farmland, so we can start farming in earnest. They secured farmland, and they were securing a labor force by collecting new survivors. I only need to deal with the remains of the Messiah of Chungcheong province. There was, of course, a problem. The Messiah handled by Kim, the remnants of the Messiah, had employed brutal force throughout the region of Chungcheong province, and due to them, the entry and activities of the Mac Guild to Chungcheong province were delayed. However, Jang did not worry much about that part. The boss, more like a monster than a monster, will take care of it. He is a terrific catcher of the Messiah. The presence of Kim became a lamp that lightened Jang's troubles. Now I have a good-looking picture. And now Kim was becoming everyone's hope. Jang could see the steps rising to hope gradually, not the stairs falling into despair in the damn world where there was no end and no bottom. So, Jang was happy about this moment. Well. At this point, the boss should have finished cleaning Cheongai Mountain. Let's check it out. With that joy, Jang opened his bag to take out Didangiojido. But his expression crumpled at that moment. Sure asterisk, at this time, you certainly throw ashes. Jang, a bitter taste in his mouth, saw the golden glass of Napoleon filled with red liquid. In the empty plain, where only huge stones were gathered, there was a sudden influx of uninvited people. Boss. They were noisy, like most uninvited guests. I'll definitely secure the Mayan calendar. At that moment, the stones began to emit turquoise light, high up in the sky. The light really soared to the sky, even to the moon above the sky, and disappeared intensely after a moment. At the same time, the men in the light were gone. A man, now a lonely uninvited visitor, looked at the scene with mixed eyes. God damn it, they've already moved. He could hear a voice, and the voice came far from. Quick! Go after them. We must reach there before midnight. The voice came close at a startling pace. When the voice came, the man hid under the shadow of the giant stone, between the darkness and the darkness. Then a new crowd of uninvited guests appeared. There was no sense of unity among the people who appeared. There were various colors, various races, various nationalities, and various cultures. Someone was wearing steel armor that would have been worn in medieval Europe, and someone was wearing armor that would have been worn in Japan during the Sengoku period. The most noticeable of them was the man with the brown skin, dressed in a suit that the ancient Egyptian pharaohs would wear. Secure Stonehenge, the man with the brown skin shouted. At the sound, the disparate crowd, who had to be called all different, began to run over the Salisbury Plain, in Wiltshire, London. They were men, but there seemed to be nothing rough in their rush, reminiscent of a huge beast. It was a sword that moved through the darkness to block such a run. Rustling. Everyone who was heading toward Stonehenge stopped at the appearance of the sword, which left only the sound of the wind, and turned one into a headless corpse at once. It wasn't because one of them died. Oh, my God. No way. The dragon slayer was left. His presence, and killing that person, stopped everyone from racing. The eyes of the unruly were filled with anxiety and fear. Is the dragon slayer left? The only man who did not lose his composure in front of the fear was the man in a pharaoh costume. The man shook the golden cane in his hand. A small light came up over the dark night sky, a light that reminded them of the sun. The identity of the man in the shadows of the giant Stonehenge was revealed. He was Kim Tae-hoon. He was carrying 2 sheaths on his back, and he overwhelmed them in many ways. I didn't know you were left. In addition, Kim's skin, the skin that reminded them of the scales of dragons, gave them a sense of fear beyond the pressure. The rumor was true, the rumor that you had been cursed by the dragon. He looked a monster that could no longer be called a person, and it gave them a sense of fear that only such a monster could give. The rumor is that there's not much time left before we die. But the man in the pharaoh's dress was not afraid of the fear, and he said, his chest straight. My name is Amun, the savior who will save this age. At the words, Kim's dry face made a slight smile. He smiled slightly at his words. Messiah? Yes. I like it. At that moment, Kim hit the stone of Stonehenge, a giant stone which was close to him with his black fist. Boom! The giant stone was shattered with the loud noise. Crazy. My God! The sight frightened the people. It was worth it. Who wouldn't be surprised to see a historical legacy of mankind, which had endured for thousands of years, now become an irrevocable pile of rubble? The fact was amazing, and the sight of the stone being smashed into pieces at one blow was amazing, too. But the surprise was not the end there. What? Oh, damn! The broken stones began to float and immediately flew toward people. Get out of here! Thump! The world's most expensive stone throwing had begun. Amid the stone throwing, Amun was angry. You! It was none other than the huge golden coffin on his back that reacted to the anger. The coffin of Pharaoh. It began to react to the fury of the Amun. A mummy appeared from the open door. The appearance of the mummy changed the air quality around it. Kim's eyes also changed. His black-skinned pupil began to split in half like the eyes of a dragon. He took out the hahidal, which was hung on his waist. 2. When Kim opened his eyes, the first thing he welcomed was the darkness. Inside the room, where there was not a single light on. He watched the darkness for a moment in a daze. After a while, he turned on the light on the desk in front of the chair where he was sitting. The battery-powered lamp began to emit small lights in the dark. "Come in." Jang Sung-hoon came into the tiny lighted room. "How did you die this time?" Kim answered the question quietly. "Mummy." "Yes. I died from a mummy." "Mummy? An Egyptian mummy?" Jang, who did not understand exactly and looked surprised, took out the coffee he had prepared and set it on Kim's desk. Kim immediately drank some coffee. The smell of cold brewed coffee cooled his mind. Was there a pharaoh? The answer did not come out immediately. Kim drank his coffee more slowly, organized things in his mind, and then spoke. His costume was a pharaoh. His name was Amun. Didn't you just have a silly dream? I hope so. Kim then enjoyed the coffee and slowly told him what he saw and heard, starting with the fact that the stage of the battle was Stonehenge in England, the fact of Jang Sung-hoon's disappearance through the Stonehenge, and the fact that various awakeners had gathered and he fought with an Egyptian man who claimed to be Amun. The Mayan calendar. In addition, Kim also said that Jang had mentioned the Mayan calendar before he disappeared through Stonehenge. Do you know anything about the Mayan calendar? There won't be much difference between what I know and what the boss knows. Then it's not a good thing. At least it won't say the anniversary date that humans can celebrate. Maybe the date of the end is written in it. Jang trembled at the eerie word, the end. They were already facing an end-to-end situation, and the real end was coming. It was something he didn't want to think about. Where are the ruins of the Mayan civilization? But Kim had to think. He could not pass on the clues he had obtained in exchange for death. It's in Mexico. Are there any other historical sites of the ancient civilization? Let's see. Some of them had built the Aztec civilization in central Mexico after the Mayan civilization collapsed. The Inca civilization was on the Chilean side. I don't know the details because I did not major in them. For reference, the lines and geoglyphs of Nazca were there. I wonder what it looks like now. Jang Sung-hoon sighed deeply. What would I do if I told you? All of them must have been taken by the U.S. Kim had coffee at the words, the United States. Jang also began to worry after biting his lips. There's nothing left to the boss this time, Jang grumbled in worry. You have been clear about what you should do before you die, but this time you just left a clue, like when you first died. After recognizing the golden glass of Napoleon, Kim had always delivered a message to himself to see before he died. He left a wish list, a bucket list, but this death didn't. Kim fought against the enemy until his death. He didn't tell himself what he needed to do or what he did wrong in the process. Of course, he might have talked, but it might not have been delivered. Kim could not fix the moment of death that he had seen by the golden glass of Napoleon. Therefore, there was no answer for Jang to give at this moment. This was the reason for the grumbling. What are you going to do, boss? I'll move on as it is. If you move on as it is. The fact that we were in England is clear that we have worked very hard outside of Korea. In other words, we can get there if we go as it is. I suppose so. Then, once we have settled down Korea as planned, we will attack Taiwan. Of course, what we need to do right now is to stop the assassination of Colonel Lim Hyun-jun. At the words, Jang nodded. Well, we'd better deal with it first and think about the next move. He also put his mind in order. It's good to think about our future. It's not meaningful to live without worries. However, we should not swallow the worries and forget the reality facing us right now. For the Mac Guild and Kim Tae-hoon, it was not easy to survive in Korea, let alone the world. So, will Colonel Lim Hyun-jun really visit the boss? The dice was already thrown. Kim delivered a very direct message to Colonel Lim Hyun-jun, come to me if you don't want to die. If he wants to live, he'll come. Kim threw the ball straight to the head of Lim Hyun-jun. To be honest, I thought it was too strong. Colonel Lim Hyun-jun might ignore the boss, right? That was why Jang was concerned that there might be an adverse effect at this part. More than anything, the Atuki unit, where Colonel Lim Hyun-jun is currently stationed, has enough power for the Capital Defense Command to keep an eye on. They won't feel threatened at all. Most of all, from the point of view of Jang, Colonel Lim did have few factors to feel threatened. Wasn't it the warlord with the power which the Capital Defense Command feared? The biggest problem with the frontline units is that self-sufficiency is virtually impossible. Of course, Kim's perspective was different. Now, half a year after the appearance of the monsters, the stockpiles of food and fuel are almost at their bottom. Ah! Kim never threw a ball without any purpose. When he threw a ball, he always had a purpose and a reason. That's why the Capital Defense Command is not moving quickly over to the 8th Division, which is almost like an eyesore. From the standpoint of the Capital Defense Command, if they keep the 8th Mechanized Infantry Division on the front line in the Gangwon region, they will be completely starved. Above all, in summer, food decreases faster. In summer, it freezes in winter, but it melts in summer. The frozen and preserved food will start to decay. Kim Tae-hoon saw that the situation of the 8th Division was not so good. The front line was the way it was. The moment supply was not made, hell began. It was not any different from Colonel Lim Hyun-jun's 8th Division. From their point of view, they could not easily come down to the south because of the existence of the Capital Defense Command. So, the winter of war is harsh, but summer is terrible, and if it gets worse, they'll get deserters, because the Capital Defense Command is a government force, anyway. Jang nodded. Boss, you're great. At the appearance of Jang, Kim had coffee without words. A message he sent to himself in his dream, and a scene that he did not tell Jang, came to mind. The curse of dragons, it was not the mummy that killed him. I was sentenced to a time-limited life. The curse of the dragon, which was achieved with the power of the dragon, was the cause of his death. Yes, power comes with a price. At the same time, it was also a price for the mighty power that was gained by eating the monster stone of the dragon. So, Kim did not feel the sadness at the fact, but he did not have a big question or deny it. He did not turn away from it. I need that power. If it was not for that power, Kim would have died earlier. Kim swallowed his coffee after the worry. 3 days later, Colonel Lim Hyun-jun came to him. The middle-aged man standing there was in keen shape. His face was sharp and shaved so neatly that the end of a hair could not be found. The stiff nose, sharp eyes and thick lips in the middle were impressive in many ways. The most impressive thing was the man's eyes. They were intensely assertive. This is Colonel Lim Hyun-jun, the commander of the 8th Mechanized Infantry Division. He was a man who refused to compare himself to an ordinary person, and an ambitious man who could be trusted in this turbulent age. He had no intention of hiding his presence, and he could not hide it even if he wanted to. This is Kim Tae-hoon, the head of the Mac Guild. I'm here to hear the answer. Of course, Colonel did not intend to hide his true intentions in front of Kim Tae-hoon at this moment. I'll tell you what the letter says, but I need your help to destroy the Capital Defense Command, so help us all. There was no such thing as courtesy at the words of Colonel Lim. He made a one-sided notice and coercion, not a suggestion. He seemed to have no intention of even giving Kim a choice, not to mention a reply. Kim was willing to answer Colonel Lim, if you want to fight, please leave here and move to Pochin, then bring your troops down to Bucheon, and I'll take you on in any battles or anything else then. Colonel Lim's expression changed fiercely at the response. He was likely to kill Kim with his eyes. Kim continued without avoiding Colonel Lim's eyes, I don't have time to cheer you up. Kim's eyes were more horrifying than intense. He was not acting. There isn't much time given. Kim was sentenced to a limited time life via his death in the dream. Of course, the deadline sentence would begin at the moment of killing the dragon and the moment he ate the monster stone of the dragon. If Kim rejected the dragon's power, he could get away from the limited time life. However, he did not intend to. The power of the dragon was vital to him. Nor did he intend to accept the fate of a limited time life. Therefore, he was planning to find how to untie the curse of the dragon, how to avoid his own death, and how to go further. Of course, it would not be easy. Since it would not be easy, he had to move quickly. There was no time to relax, and he did not want to waste any time against Colonel Lim. He wanted to make sure his relationship with Colonel Lim today. A terrifying look was an expression of that feeling. Please tell me why you want to destroy the Capital Defense Command. Eventually, Colonel Lim calmed himself down. At the sight of Kim's eyes, he finally gave in. The biggest reason to break down the Capital Defense Command is that they are unreliable organization. What's the reason you can't trust? Currently, the Capital Defense Command is calling itself the government force. They are playing the role of the South Korean government, and it is based on the fact that they have secured the president and the prime minister. There are two cases in this situation. Colonel Lim, who was speaking, opened the index finger of his right hand. 1. If the president and the prime minister are really alive. Then he opened the middle finger. The other one, if the president and prime minister are dead. Colonel Lim clenched his fist. In the latter case, once the president and prime minister are dead, the Capital Defense Command is lying, and it is not worth believing. If they are alive, I don't want to call them my boss if they are breathing in a safe place without showing their face a single time in this chaotic world. In either case, I have no reason to trust and follow the Capital Defense Command. There was no doubt or hesitation in the eyes of Colonel Lim, who insisted on his opinion. So, what he said seemed very reasonable and plausible. Above all, the aura came out of his body. Charisma, the power to influence a person, perfectly filled the gap in his words. I haven't heard why the Mac Guild should be on one side in the competition between two warlords. However, Kim was not caught up in the spirit of Colonel Lim. He knew that Colonel Lim was not simply a person who spoke these words for justice. Colonel Lim Hyun-jun is a villainous hero in a turbulent age. In the first place, Colonel Lim was a man far from justice. It was the stage of the turbulent age, and the fuel of ambition made him move. He came here not to realize justice, but to realize his ambition. And you'll stick to one side which will give you more, won't you? The Capital Defense Command pays me national treasures every time I do business with them. Colonel Lim shut up at the mention of relics. It was his weakness. There are not many relics available in northern Gyeonggi Province or Gangwon Province. The absence of relics. There were many famous mountains in Gangwon Province, and there are many famous temples. However, there were not as many as Seoul, which had a large number of national treasures, including the National Museum of Korea. Of course, Colonel Lim was not able to pay the ransom of a monster like Kim Tae-hoon, like the Capital Defense Command. What can the 8th Mechanized Infantry Division give the Mac Guild? And if they would not pay the price, the transaction would not be concluded. So, you're going to take the side of the Capital Defense Command? I think it's reasonable to stand on the side of receiving, rather than where I don't get anything. Then why did you approach me first? If you were going to take sides with the Capital Defense Command, you would have no reason to approach me through Lieutenant Colonel Yu. Therefore, Kim had no intention of making a deal. To make a proposal. Proposal? Come under me. At the words of Kim, Colonel Lim showed his first blunt reflection. He looked like he didn't understand the words. Kim was willing to tell him again. Be my man, and the power of the 8th Mechanized Infantry Division will be under the Mac Guild. What the hell is that dash? You're to abandon the rank of a soldier, and be a member of the Mac Guild, as a survivor. Now, Colonel Lim, who understood what he meant, turned into an angry lion with a hard expression. That's ridiculous. But he didn't jump like an angry lion, because Kim's presence did not allow it. If you refuse this proposal, Colonel Lim Hyun-jun will die. Colonel Lim had some knowledge about Kim, and even if he did not have that knowledge, he had clearly confirmed Kim's ability through the two brothers. He knew that even a real lion would not dare to run as it wanted in front of Kim. I'm telling you, accepting my offer is the surest way to survive. Is this a threat? The Capital Defense Command will soon send someone to assassinate Colonel Lim Hyun-jun. I'm prepared for that. If I were the assassin, how many days could you hold on? Of course, Colonel Lim could not make a retort before this remark. What do you want? The Mac Guild has been recognized by the Capital Defense Command, and the Capital Defense Command has also recognized the autonomy of Bucheon, Incheon, and other areas occupied by the Mac Guild. Of course, when the 8th Mechanized Infantry Division becomes an organization under the Mac Guild, the reason the Capital Defense Command would attack the 8th Mechanized Infantry Division disappears. Do you think the Capital Defense Command will keep that promise? Yes, I think they will. That's ridiculous. You don't know Lieutenant General Lee Hyuk. It doesn't matter who Lee Hyuk is. The important thing is that I showed my abilities in front of him. At this moment, Colonel Lim could no longer maintain his hard and sharp image. Give me a minute, please. Colonel Lim finally started to think it over. At that moment, Kim's eyes narrowed. It's a signal. Kim had raised his hearing ability. Tap, tap, tap. He heard a hand tapping on the desk in a distant room. The sound was repeated once more, and then someone spoke. Boss, Lieutenant Commander Yu has come from the headquarters of the Capital Defense Command to deliver a request. The request is that if we secure the 3 nuclear power plants in the area of Gyeongsang Province, including the Kori nuclear power plant, they will give us relics. I think it's the situation that the boss spoke about last time. It was Jang Sung-hoon's voice. Kim closed his eyes slightly at the words. Colonel Lim, who had finished thinking for a long time, talked to Kim. You said it was a proposal, not a threat. Yes. Then let me ask you a question. What will you give me in return for your proposal? I'll let you live. Colonel Lim retorted with a firm expression. Is that all? Colonel Lim thought that Kim was looking down on him at this moment. However, Colonel Lim was able to see that his thoughts were wrong when he saw Kim's eyes. Yes, that's all I will do. Kim Tae-hoon, who answered the question, had the most serious eyes in the conversation today. 4. Namsan Tower. 3 men were smoking in front of where the red light of the sunsabai of King Jinhung was still soaring. They were Major General Lee Ki-soo, Colonel Jang So-guk, and Major Oh Se-bum. They puffed up cigarettes, and their conversation started after the cigarette that Lee Ki-soo was smoking became a butt and fell to the floor. Lieutenant General Lee Hyuk has decided to ask Kim Tae-hoon to do so. Sooner or later, Lieutenant Colonel Yu will deliver the request. After throwing a cigarette that had quite a bit remaining on the floor, Major Oh Se-bum ground it down and had a firm expression at the name of Kim Tae-hoon. After that, Major Oh Se-bum forced his face to relax. Well, we can leave him alone, can't we? We'll see about him, then we'll take care of him when we get a chance. Major O was about to gloss over this conversation. What is it? Colonel Jang So-guk, on the other hand, led this conversation. Major General Lee replied with a bitter expression to Colonel Jang. Kori, Woolsong, Uljan. Really? Yes, Lieutenant General Lee is going to ask Kim Tae-hoon and the Mac Guild to secure a nuclear power plant. At that moment, Major O and Colonel Jang were silent. A nuclear power plant. In a situation where energy was needed more than ever, but where there were not many buried energy resources, the only plants able to satisfy the supply and demand of energy were the hydroelectric power plants and nuclear power plants. Among them, the nuclear power plants were very valuable. It was no exaggeration to say that it was a lamp of hope. It was certainly important to have such a nuclear power plant. But it was not for that reason that the two men, Colonel Jang and Major O, kept quiet. Nuclear weapons. Everybody knew nuclear weapons, as they were the most powerful weapons created by mankind. Well, that's a natural procedure. Therefore, the Capital Defense Command had a plan to secure the nuclear weapons early on. The nuclear power plant is now a hope. In particular, securing nuclear weapons had become a supreme task for the Capital Defense Command after the battle with the dragon. The same was true even at this moment when they became aware of the existence of Kim. He was a huge monster, but his presence was only a small one in front of the dragon. No one could imagine him hunting the dragon. In many ways, the nuclear weapon is hope. The top priority for securing nuclear weapons was securing nuclear power plants. Naturally, the Capital Defense Command has been attempting to secure the nuclear power plants. They had sent special forces to the site of the nuclear plants many times, not once or twice. But all such attempts ended in failure. It must remain as a hope. It was because of their manipulation. Lee Ki-soo had manipulated all the attempts into failure. It was like the manipulation played in Incheon. The Capital Defense Command did not spare any investment for the crucial mission of securing the nuclear power plants. Thanks to it, they had made a lot of income. The number of relics taken by Lee Ki-soo through the mission to secure the nuclear power plants was quite large. The number of the relics was not even comparable to the relics acquired in Incheon. What are you going to do, Major General? This was not the only reason why the nuclear power plant was important to Lee Ki-soo. If Kim really moves to secure a nuclear power plant, South Korea's nuclear weapons development is a scene that should not be in Mr. Mao's painting. Lee Ki-soo did not want the Capital Defense Command to have nuclear weapons. There's nothing good in it for us. Nuclear weapons were unaccountable violence. For Lee Ki-soo, who had already done his calculating in a world full of chaos, and for his partner they called Mr. Mao, the appearance of nuclear weapons was like ink that could ruin their calculations entirely. Yes. How much effort we put into it. Most of all, the area where the nuclear power plant was located, or to be precise, the area of Gyeongsang Province, was the hub of their efforts. It was not just a stronghold, but a stepping stone to give a leap to Lee Ki-soo in a new era. It was unacceptable for a monster named Kim Tae-hoon to go to such an important stage. So, we will stop him. That was why Major General Lee Ki-soo did not worry for long. Is there a way? It won't be easy. I'll call Mr. Mao first. But if we don't stop him. Furthermore, Major General Lee Ki-soo did not hesitate. If we can't get him in our hands by all the means and methods, we'll stop him from going into the enemy's hands. It's hard to do, but we can do anything to destroy him. Colonel Jang and Major O kept their mouths shut at the sight of Major General Lee Ki-soo, who did not hesitate. Major General Lee looked at the two, took out a cigarette again, and put it in his mouth. You have to secure 3 nuclear power plants located in the area of Gyeongsang Province. Every time you secure a single nuclear power plant, we will give you 10 relics, including 5 national treasures, and we will acknowledge ownership of all the relics acquired in the process. Lieutenant Colonel Yu Ji-hyun hit the document in front of himself with his fingers as he was speaking. This is the document. At the end of the remark, he looked up and looked at the 2 people on the other side of the desk. Kim Tae-hoon was closing his eyes, and Jang Sung-hoon was rolling his eyes hard. It was not difficult to predict which of the 2 would speak. So, the answer came from Jang's lips. Is it all right for us to keep what we find from securing the nuclear power plant? Yes. So, it's okay for the Mac Guild to take all the relics from the National Gyeongju Museum, Bulguksa, and Sukaguram? Lieutenant Colonel Yu nodded. If we find Manpazikjiok in the tomb of King Munmu of Silla, or Gumchuk of Park Hyukgose in Najeong, we can take it, right? It's. However, Lieutenant Colonel Yu did not respond to Jang's question. What's it? He had never heard of the Gumchuk of Park Hyukgose in Najeong, let alone the Manpazikjiak in the tomb of King Munmu of Silla. Of course, it was not hard for Jang to mention them since they really existed. Oh, the Manpazikjiak and Gumchuk of Park Hyukgose are part of the Gyeongju Samgi, 3 wonderful treasures. These 2 things and the bell of King Songdeek are the Gyeongju Samgi. You don't know these relics because these do not appear in the textbooks. Only then did Lieutenant Colonel Yu understand the situation and frown. He realized that Jang played a joke on him. What would you like to do, the boss? Jang handed over the ball to Kim in order to avoid the eyes of Lieutenant Colonel Yu. Kim opened his eyes. What's the status of the Sobik Mountains? Jang was the first to answer the question. It's a heaven of monsters. The Sobik Mountains. It was a big mountain range extending from Taebik Mountain to Yeongnam, and Honam to Yeosu Peninsula. It was also one of the boundaries that divided the Korean peninsula for a long time. The Sobik mountain range was now a paradise for monsters. 2 blue-grade monsters are in Didangyeojido, and the number of green-grade monsters is enormous. Crossing the Sobik mountain range was not much different from crossing the Jordan River, which symbolized God's heaven. Kim and Jang knew the facts through Didangyeojido, so Kim asked the question at this moment. If the Capital Defense Command hid or reduced the situation in the Sobik Mountains, it would mean that they had a secret design. Once there were blue-grade monsters in the mountains of Sobik and Yiri, and we found green-grade monsters in the mountains of Taebik, Deoju, and Palgong. There may be more, but that's what the Capital Defense Command found out. However, Lieutenant Colonel Yu's answer was not much different from what Kim and Jang knew. It meant there was a secret design. Securing the nuclear power plants, for reference, means not just going to the nuclear power plants and putting a flag on them, but securing them so that we can operate the nuclear power plants, as well as the way to the nuclear power plants. The Capital Defense Command was serious. It's not easy. Lieutenant Colonel Yu gave a long sigh after that remark. I never expected that they would request the MAC Guild secure a nuclear power plant. In order for the Republic of Korea to establish a long-term plan, nuclear power plants could not be omitted. Of course, the Capital Defense Command had repeatedly tried to secure nuclear power plants after some foundation has been established. But the attempts were not done properly from the exploration stage. It was not easy to cross the Sobik mountain range, and those who crossed the Sobik mountain range were also out of communication. In addition, this request of the Capital Defense Command to the MAC Guild was not an exploration, but a securing. The level of difficulty was different. I'm going to refuse this request. Therefore, Lieutenant Colonel Yu was not surprised by Kim's answer. It's too dangerous, and we would need to use all the power of the MAC Guild to form a route through the Sobik Mountains. I suppose so. Even if he was in the position of Kim, he would have given the same answer. I don't want to repeat my own experience of bleeding my people, while I'm working somewhere else with my enemy behind me. However, when Lieutenant Colonel Yu saw Kim's words and his expression full of determination, his expression was firm. Give me a break. Yu was able to see what Kim had planned and what kind of picture Kim was drawing. I'm going to kill the traitors in the Capital Defense Command. Kim's next goal was nothing but the traitors of the Capital Defense Command. It was no strange thing. Kim knew how the 6 snakes would come out if he moved to secure the nuclear power plants. They would do their best to interfere, and as soon as Kim secured the nuclear power plants through the obstacles, the nuclear power plants would explode. Even if they detonated only one of the 3 nuclear power plants located in Gyeongsang province, it would become a nightmare land where people could not live. In such a situation, if he spent all his energy to secure the nuclear power plants, he would sow and they would reap. In fact, it was right to kill the 6 snakes when he could do so. Nevertheless, the only reason to keep the traitors alive so far was to use them. As long as I know Taiwan is our main enemy, there's no reason to keep them alive. Now I will see the end. But now, he knew Taiwan was their control tower. Most importantly, he knew where the six snakes' heart was. You don't know exactly who the traitors are, or how much power they have. Of course, he did not know how deep or how many roots the six snakes had sunk in the Capital Defense Command. The traitors are not few in the Capital Defense Command, and Lieutenant General Lee Hyuk is probably the peak. Lieutenant Colonel Yu did not know who the peak was right now. It could be Lee Hyuk, or it could be another executive. It was clear that it was not a small organization. It was not just a group of 3 or 4 executives. In that situation, Kim would pick out the traitors and remove them. It would be impossible. If I can't handle parasites, I can just take them with their host. Kim Tae-hoon couldn't help but notice that. Host. Are you? I'm going to destroy the Capital Defense Command, if necessary. Phew. Lieutenant Colonel Yu sighed. Kim added more words to you. You will not stand on my side for the existence of the Capital Defense Command. In that remark, Yu stopped sighing. So, it is a coup. He had a look of resolution instead of nervousness. As Kim said, Yu was on his side for this situation. Yu was also ambitious. Right now, within the system of the Capital Defense Command, he could not fulfill his ambitions, and it was evident that his role was only a messenger coming and going to the Mac Guild and the Capital Defense Command. He could not dismiss Kim's proposal. For now, it is impossible to have a coup with the power of the Mac Guild alone. I am sure that you are good enough to assassinate a VIP, but it will not be possible to do a coup with that power only. You need an army to manage the civilians, soldiers, and awakeners managed by the Capital Defense Command. Instead of stopping, you gave sincere advice. There is only one place with that kind of military power, the 8th Mechanized Infantry Division. Please make Colonel Lim Hyun-jun join your side. At that moment, a sound that did not fit the sincere advice of you came out of Jang's mouth. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you think it was funny? Lieutenant Colonel Yu spoke some keen words, grumbling. It was natural that Jang's behavior did not seem polite, and it would not happen anywhere else in the world. No, I don't think your opinion is funny. Then why did you laugh? Not because of your opinion, but because of the look you'll have in a few minutes. Colonel Yu looked cold. Jang shook his head. You'll know what I mean when you go to the next room. Boss, please explain. Kim complied with Jang's earnest request. Colonel Lim Hyun-jun is a member of the Mac Guild. What? Colonel Lim Hyun-jun and the 8th Mechanized Infantry Division joined the Mac Guild. Lieutenant Colonel Yu asked with a look showing that he did not understand. When? Kim checked the watch on his wrist and said, 13 minutes ago. When Lieutenant Colonel Yu heard the answer, he thought, am I dreaming now? He thought that if Kim was not talking nonsense now, he was dreaming. Kim said to him again, I refuse the request of securing the nuclear power plants, but please tell the Capital Defense Command that I will accept it. When you heard that, he gave up thinking. He looked blank. Jang looked at his expression and said, look, I'm right. 2. The report is finished. Lieutenant Colonel Yu immediately left after saluting. It was none other than Major General Lee Ki-soo who filled the seat after you had disappeared. Lieutenant General, did the Mac Guild give you an answer? I got the answer. At that, the expression of Lee Ki-soo wrinkled. Fucking hell. Of course, his insides were so wrinkled that they could not compare with his outside expression. It's the worst. Beyond the Sobik mountain range, there was a power that Lee Ki-soo had prepared in the area of Gyeongsang province. Of course, he did not intend to tolerate Kim and the Mac Guild crossing the Sobik mountain range. I can't help it. That's really great, and as he has that much power, he is confident. So, at this moment, Lee Ki-soo raised the stakes. But will he really satisfy the request? What do you mean? Don't you think that the Mac Guild will use them as their own nuclear power plants after they have secured them? In fact, the Mac Guild is using the Songdo LNG base after they have secured it. The nuclear power plants would not be any different. And if they try to build nuclear weapons? Major General Lee, just say what you want to say. I think we need a leash to keep the Mac Guild from doing anything wrong, like taking hostage civilians in Bucheon or Incheon, which the Mac Guild has occupied. At the combination of the two words, civilian and hostage, Lee Hyuk looked at Lee Ki-soo with a cold expression. It was a ferocious look. Phew. The eyes were ones to make Lee Ki-soo sigh repeatedly. Now I am branded a troublemaker. It was a result of incurring the wrath of Lee Hyuk. What he was looking at right now was not the near future. He wanted to be a historical hero who would save the Republic of Korea from this crisis, and what he looked at was his own image being recorded for future generations. Therefore, it was unacceptable to take the civilians of Bucheon and Incheon as hostages to threaten the Mac Guild. Not because it was unfair, but because it would be a blot on his history. Lieutenant General, to do the job, we have to do it when Kim Tae-hoon is not in Bucheon. It will be too late if we do it later. However, Lee Ki-soo did not retreat his opinion. You saw that Kim Tae-hoon was a crazy monster. If he secures a nuclear power plant, he will inevitably eat the monster stones in the area. There is no way to stop a Kim who is even stronger than he is now. He is not a soldier who fights thoughtlessly. He is a specialist trained under Major General Chong Young-sung. I'm trying to strike his weakness when he is away, and I'm going to make the time right now and seize his ankle. In fact, Lee Ki-soo knew that this was not the answer. I'll have to fight against Kim in return. In the viewpoint of Lee Ki-soo, Kim was not a man who would be easily shaken by threat, and even if he could buy time if he held Kim's aides, subordinates and citizens as hostages, he could not use them as a leash. Rather, over time, Kim would make him pay for taking the people around him as hostages. He would start a full-scale war against the Capital Defense Command. Fuck, if it were planned, I should have removed Lieutenant General Lee Hyuk after searching for Manpasik and Gumchuk, and I should have taken the Capital Defense Command. None of them have been achieved. It was a painful thing for Lee Ki-soo. He needed the power of the Capital Defense Command. Even if the situation of the CDC was not good, the number of soldiers and awakeners belonging to the Capital Defense Command was enormous, and the weapons and firepower it possessed were also significant. He had a plan, but now there was nothing to say that it was a plan. In the military, the way a subordinate was given the power of a superior was simple: if a superior was gone, power would be naturally transferred down. In such a situation, it would not be better for the Capital Defense Command and the Mac Guild to engage in the war of attrition. But he couldn't help it. If he left Kim and the Mac Guild like this, they would take monster stones and relics and expand their force. Later, they would be a real monster which the Capital Defense Command would have nothing to compete with. I will sacrifice Lee Hyuk. However, it was not possible for Lee Ki-soo to handle this work with his own little ability. The situation was different from the one with the Gamecock. There was no evidence then, but this time the evidence would be left. In other words, a sacrifice would be needed to accept all the anger of Kim, and Lee Ki-soo was planning to make Lee Hyuk that sacrifice. And for Lee Hyuk to be a sacrifice, Lee Ki-soo needed Lee Hyuk's command. Can you do that? There are many able monster hunters in the Mac Guild, but there are not many elite soldiers who can fight a war. In order to cross the Sobek Mountains, almost all of the Mac Guild's power will be put there, and it will be like cutting trees in an ownerless, deserted mountain. You'll have to plan a little more specifically and report it. I'll take your order. After hearing the order he wanted, he immediately turned his back after saluting. Colonel Jang So-guk came to his office immediately. Colonel Lee said in a low voice to Lee Ki-soo, Mao's Okjo arrived. What's the content? He'll send auxiliary troops if necessary. Auxiliary troops? In Taiwan? No, it is Japan that is sending auxiliary troops. Lee Ki-soo clenched his teeth tightly upon hearing of Japan's involvement. What would you do? Would you like to ask for auxiliary troops? Ask him to stand by in Busan. I understand. After Jang left Lee, he disappeared somewhere. Lee grit his teeth alone. Kim Tae-hoon, I will pay you back the damage I have suffered. There was a story about the vacant lot in front of Bucheon City Hall. In the winter when the cold wind blew, the winter when the world seemed to be different from the appearance of the monsters, Kim Tae-hoon, the head of the Mac Guild, gathered the hunters in the vacant lot, and they were tested. It was a test that only those who showed the determination to sacrifice a finger as evidence of loyalty. Only 2 passed the test, and the 2 who had passed became the 2 biggest clan leaders of the Mac Guild. The story was repeatedly mentioned by those who survived under the flag of the Mac Guild. Whenever there was no story to tell, people talked about it, and the story got fat. At one point the story became a legend. For the Mac Guild's hunters, that day was a historic event, as seen in history books. Now the hunters had gathered again in the vacant lot. The number of people gathered was about 70. It was not many, but it was not few either, because they were the leaders of the groups, were all in charge of the lives of others, whether they were many or few. Of course, the gathered people knew the story that had become a legend. Is it another test? So, they were determined. I must not miss this opportunity. Even if I really cut off my fingers, I will not miss this opportunity. This time, they were determined not to miss the opportunity with a lame excuse. And their resolve was evidence. Our party could be better if we were just allowed to be a clan. If we get clan recognition, our level of item support will change. There's a story about the Mac Guild having a lot of relics recently, and if we make a contribution and show loyalty, we'll get the relics. Then we can climb higher. The evidence was that the people gathered here were not the desperate ones who survived the monster era, but the hunters who would not mind a war with the monsters for a better future in the world. So, they gathered in the vacant lot much earlier than the promised time, and they were ready to wait much longer than the promised time. They would hold on until the sun was sinking above them and the moon that followed was sinking. Kim Tae-hoon showed up in front of them at exactly the promised time. June 14, 2017, 2 p.m. Thump. Kim's body fell like a flash onto the iron stage in the open area in front of Bucheon City Hall. Gulp. The crowd replaced their cheers with swallows. Attention. Thanks to the silence, he did not have to calm down those around him, but he was able to start talking in a low voice from the beginning. We received a request from the Capital Defense Command, Kim said in a very low voice in front of everyone's attention toward him. The low voice could not be heard unless they listened carefully. The contents of the request is to secure 3 nuclear power plants located in Gyeongsang Province. It goes through 3 major processes. 1. Secure the road. 2. Remove the threats. 3. Protect the nuclear power plants. What we need to do first is to clean the road from the capital area to the Gyeongsang area. According to our current investigation, the Sobik Mountains, which block Gyeonggi Province and Gyeongsang Province, have at least 2 monsters of the same grade as the gamecock that attacked Bucheon, and a large number of monsters are building their own territories. Kim went on with a voice beyond cool or calm. But his words were neither cool nor calm, it was the opposite, they were horrifying and thrilling. Oh, God, there are 2 more monsters like that. To break through that place. It's like making a road to hell. The gamecock had been a nightmare for the hunters of the Mac Guild, many of whom had died, and the terrible signs of the battle were everywhere in Bucheon. But they had to make a road to with not 1 monster of the same grade, but 2 monsters like the gamecock. I'll need a volunteer. There was at least no one here who had ignored the nightmare. These people who had gathered here, were willing to die to earn time for civilians to evacuate to Yeongjong Island before the gamecock. The party or the clan who wants to volunteer, raise your hands. So, at the end of Kim's words, they raised their hands up in the open space. Kim smiled slightly when he saw the scene. At least my way was not the wrong way. The sight in front of him seemed to prove that his hardships and the adversity that had come so far were not in vain. So, at this moment, he gave a gift to those who proved that he was not wrong. There is no payment of 40% for this monster hunt, and you will keep everything you kill. Whoop! Then a thunderous shout began to fill the open space. The cheers were more intense than ever. Even those far away could hear them. 4. The Mac Guild has moved. More than 6,000 men, including Awakeners, have now gathered in Suwon. According to the plan announced, after moving to Yeoju City through Yangdong Expressway, Yeoju City will be the base area and then the Jumbu-Naeryuk Expressway will be the first to be attacked. Lieutenant General Lee Hyuk, who received the report, signed the document in front of him without worrying. The signed document was in the hands of the reporter, and immediately the reporter delivered the report using wired communication connected to Namsan Tower. Lieutenant General Lee Hyuk signed the operational plan. Among those who received the message was Lee Ki-soo. There's no going back. Kim Tae-hoon and the Mac Guild's core power had started a long journey to reach the Sobik mountain range. Starting with Yeoju City, they would hunt monsters to secure the Jumbu-Naeryuk Expressway. The most important part was to handle the high-grade monsters located in the mountains of Wolak and Sokri. It was not something they could finish in a day. Of course, Bucheon City was currently in a state of no owner, and it would not take a day or half-day to suppress Bucheon City with the power of the Capital Defense Command. The point was the following reaction. After the collapse of Bucheon City, Kim would not stay still. Hostage, we have to get the key hostage. What Lee Ki-soo could trust in that situation was a hostage in the end. It was impossible to even try to deal with Kim with money or relics. However, if he had a hostage, he could take his time. And there were two people who could easily be taken hostages in the present situation. I have to catch these two surely, on Sunmi and Jang Sung-hoon. Of course, hostages are not the only thing. Kim is a specialist in this field. If there is a hostage, he can kill the hostage after weighing his options. Lee Ki-soo also knew that. So, what he wanted was to earn some time. Musashi. I just need to earn time for the person who saved Tokyo, which was worse than Seoul. It was time for a monster to come to deal with a crazy monster. Lee Ki-soo got up from his seat. But I'll have to get ready to go down to Daegu, in case something happens. Standing up, he took out a small item in his arms. It was a bird statue of white jade, the size of his finger. Lee Ki-soo grabbed the bird statue with his right hand and paused a moment. When he opened his hand again, the jade bird statue gradually began to inflate. Soon, Lee Ki-soo began to mumble to himself to the jade pigeon. After completing the recitation, he ordered the bird, "Tell them what I said." The bird nodded and immediately began to flap its wings. Swish! The bird slipped out of the room window and quickly disappeared. He also left the room, but through the door. Bucheon was the first of the ruined cities to start reconstruction after the monsters appeared. There was a clue that showed it most clearly. One was a solar panel park located south of Bucheon City Hall, and the other was a nearby university hospital that used the electricity generated by the solar panels. The Mac Guild had made a lot of efforts to rebuild the medical system, among the many things rebuilt in the city. A proper medical system itself had a powerful force to reassure people. Even the newly established medical system of the Mac Guild had a much more advanced form in some areas than before the monsters appeared. How much water of therapy is left? About 1,300 packs. Increase the production amount as much as we can. I understand. How much flesh of the mud troll have we got? We have about 590 kilograms left. Use 300 kilograms for making recovery pills, send all the amounts we produce to Yeoju City, and send as much of the water of therapy and the flesh of the mud troll as possible. I understand. It was thanks to the monster's dead body parts and relics. They brought results that humans could not achieve with medicine, and the Mac Guild took the most advantage of it. The relics that could help the medical system were used unsparingly, and the monster's dead bodies were also generously donated. Sunmi was at the peak of the medical system here. Then I'll finish the June 15th briefing with this. At the briefing, the people who were seated at the long table bowed their heads deeply. It was a funny sight. Until last year, or even half a year ago, the conference room of the university hospital where she was now was a stage only professors could participate in. It was a place she could not gain save in the distant future, as an intern at a university hospital. Now that she was the director of this place, it was ironic. Of course, for someone, it might seem a huge success. But at least she had never thought it was a success. She didn't like this situation. I never did anything. She was left alone in the conference room where people were escaping, and she looked at the mark of an awakener on her right hand. It was evidence of a chosen person who had the opportunity to fight against the monsters. I never did anything again this time. But she had never done anything right as an awakener. When Bang Hyun-wook had taken a risk of his life and walked onto the battlefield, when Kim Soo-ji had led the soldiers in a dangerous battlefield, she has been always dealing with the lives of others in the safest place. That was why she didn't like her situation. Am I helpful? Above all, she was wondering if she would really help Kim Tae-hoon. It was because of her first meeting with Kim Tae-hoon. Kim clearly said at the first meeting, when he fought the Black Orc at a large supermarket. He would only take those who would help him. If they were not helpful, he would leave them unremittingly. Of course, things had changed. Kim did not abandon them because they were not helpful. However, the relationship between Kim and On was not much different then or now. There was no reason to change. Ms. Director. A woman in a nursing suit came in carefully. What's the matter? Jang Sung-hoon is here. At the nurse's words, On stopped worrying. What's going on? Jang often came to her, but he did not come without reason. Where is he? He's in the director's office. Thank you. After On got up with a greeting of thank you, she immediately walked towards the director's office. The nurse who had informed her watched the back of On without words. Then the nurse walked away, too. She took down the stairs and went into one of the rooms. The place was full of patients in their suits. On and Jang made contact. But their eyes were not those ones of patients, those who suffered from wounds and pain. They're both in the director's office now. They were the eyes of trained hounds waiting for the time to come, with their prey in front of them. We're lucky, we don't have to spread out our power. What's the security level at the hospital? At that remark, a man lying on the bed rose up. Except for the awakeners, one platoon is all, and most of them are guarding the entrance. Okay. The man answered and checked his watch. The clock pointed to 8. 3 hours from now, we're going to start operations at 11. Everyone checked their watch. There was no answer. The ticking of their watches filled the quiet room. They started to make sounds at 11 p.m. when the night came. 6. One of the most precious things since the monsters appeared was electricity, which was now a tremendous power and a great luxury to use it at night. The 5 men were able to avoid spending a long time looking for their targets. There was only one place to shining through the doorways lined up by the darkened corridor. The 5 men moved slowly toward the light-emitting door without making a sound. Then they stood in front of the door, listening to the room inside, waiting for the sound. They waited, breathless, for the sound of colleagues outside the building breaking into the building. When? Why not move? But no matter how long they waited, they could not hear any sound they wanted. There was no sound even in the room. They could hear 2 men and women talking, but they could not hear the words. There is a problem. It was natural to be aware of the problem at this point. One of the 5 men gave the signal to the other 4. His fingers moved quickly. 2 people behind me break in. But at the signal, they were still quiet, and his men were not even showing signs of moving, not even the sound of them alive. What the hell? The leader turned his head. Then he saw an arrow with a sharp point toward him. Ah! That was the last scene he remembered. 7. Screech. A brightly lit door opened, and a man entered the door. "Boss, are you done?" The man and woman in the room rose immediately. "Now is the beginning. There will be fighting all over the place. The damage will be great, right? The commandos from the 8th Mechanized Infantry Division will try to avoid massive casualties." Jang took a short breath at the words of Kim. "You're certainly an expert in this part, and you figured out all the lines and plans of the other person. Most of the assassination and kidnapping manuals used by the Korean army are based on my reports. I'm glad you're my boss." Instead of answering, Kim looked over the window. He saw the quiet apartment complex, which stood between the hospital and a road. However, his eyes did not miss the secret movements on the verandas of the apartment complex. What the hell is going on? On the other hand, An, who did not know the situation, looked at Kim and Jang alternately, not hiding her surprise. Why are you here?" She had to be scared from the moment Kim suddenly appeared. She didn't get any warning in advance. "You should be in Yeoju. Why are you here?" Kim still gave a short answer to An while his gaze was still over the window. "Hunting for snakes." "What the hell is that?" At that moment, Kim's eyes narrowed. "The tail is coming to look for its head." The Capital Defense Command planned to hang a leash on Kim Tae-hoon and the Mac Guild. Major Oh Se-bum's role in the kidnapping operation was as a watchdog. Damn it! It's over. It was also the task that none other than Lee Hyuk directly gave him. He was going to do his job well, of course, and he had the time to relax to do it. There was no threat to him in Bucheon without Kim Tae-hoon. This operation is over. It was at 11 o'clock in the evening that his thoughts had changed. As soon as he saw that the men who were waiting on the roof of the university hospital for the kidnapping of An Sunmi were taken down by two men who had suddenly appeared, his spine froze coldly in crisis. The operation had failed. They knew it all, damn it. No, it was not an operational failure. Failure is a word used to express its appetite where the beast tried to hunt, but the game ran away. No one uses the term failure in the situation where a predator is screaming in a trap prepared by a hunter. What do I do? Of course, when he saw the scene, he no longer wanted to be in Bucheon. He was going to get out of Bucheon. Who do I go to? The problem was where to run. Oh Se-bum, who was going to run away, wondered whether he should go to Lee Hyuk at this moment or Lee Ki-soo. If he followed orders, he should go to Lieutenant General Lee Hyuk. Lee Hyuk sent him to Bucheon. No, not Lee Hyuk. But it was not the case for Oh Se-bum. It did not seem proper for him to get an answer from Lee Hyuk. I have to leave Seoul now. What he needed now was not to prepare for the Mac Guild's counterattack, but to run away. Why should he do that? I do not know when the monster Kim Tae-hoon will come to Seoul. Kim, who had grasped the intentions of the Capital Defense Command, could not stay still. Lee Hyuk also knew that, and when Major O went to tell him the news, he would ask Major O to escort him. However, Major O had no intention of escorting Lee Hyuk, who would be the top target of Kim from now on. Major General. Oh Se-bum started running for Lee Ki-soo. 9. We'll run away. 12:11. From Bucheon City Hall to Namsan Tower in Seoul, Major O ran the distance with only 2 legs, but Major General Lee Ki-soo did not give him a chance to breathe. Major O paused for a while to catch his breath and asked, right now? Instead of answering, Lee Ki-soo turned his head and looked around. There were only trees around. He could not find any indication of a person being around. No matter what they said, no one would overhear it. If it's not now, there is no chance to run away. So, Lee Ki-soo spoke on the spot. Yes. Where's the main force of the Mac Guild? They're all in Yeoju City. The Mac Guild that read our plan and set up the trap, will not leave their main power in Yeoju City, and are already moving to Seoul. At the moment he heard that, a map of the capital area was drawn in Oh Se-bum's mind. Ah! It was as Lee Ki-soo said. The Mac Guild, who had known the intentions of the Capital Defense Command, would not stay in Yeoju City and go to the Sobeek Mountains. What would happen then? They're going to build a trap for a siege. They could not run away to Bucheon and Incheon. Those were the areas of the Mac Guild. The same was true of the northern Gyeonggi and Gangwon areas. It was the area of the 8th Mechanized Infantry Division. In such a situation, more than 6,000 elites of the Mac Guild would come to Seoul from Yeoju City, which was located in the southeast of Seoul. That was his plan. Then, the siege of Seoul would be completed. Moreover, in order to move from Bucheon City to Seoul, they would have to cross the Han River, but in Yeoju City, there would be a little burden. There are no troops there. Well, yes. Crucially, there were few troops in the southeast of Seoul. Currently, the main power of the Capital Defense Command was concentrated in the west and north to guard against the Mac Guild and the 8th Mechanized Infantry Division, and the south and east were virtually open holes. There was no room to stop the Mac Guild's sudden attack. 6,000 elites organized to clean up monsters in the Sobeek mountain range would enter Seoul without any bleeding. It would not be easy to get out of Seoul at that time. Then where? We move to Daegu first. We're ready to move. We will travel from the Han River to Paodang Lake. So now was the golden time. Call Colonel Jang So-guk. Yes, sir. And I. Arg. Lee Ki-soo, who was talking, screamed in pain at the moment. Arg. He fell to the ground, holding his right thigh, screaming. Major General. Oh Se-bum, who was surprised and looked at Lee Ki-soo, immediately saw why Lee Ki-soo was making such a noise. Cook. A sword had passed through the right thigh of Major O. But he did not fall to the ground. He stood upright on his left leg and shouted, Kim Tae-hoon. At the end of the cry, Kim Tae-hoon was there. He was carrying his bag with a sheath on his back, and he was slowly approaching Major O and the fallen Major General Lee. Major O's body was trembling at the sound of his heavy footsteps approaching. King Hell. In addition, Kim's eyes, which were black even in the dark, had given Major O the most overwhelming fear from any stares he had ever encountered. The fear caused Major O's energy to rise to the extreme. His body began to pump up its strength. Other than now, there is no chance. Major O's instincts shouted, this is the only chance to kill Kim Tae-hoon. So, Major O ran like a sports car, like a machine, and his body began to accelerate. He narrowed his distance to Kim at once, and that was the cause of his defeat. Ah! As soon as Oh Se-bum punched Kim Tae-hoon, he realized that his body was moving on its own. The fist that had to be directed toward Kim's face moved toward Kim's left. It was a magic trick. It was a magic created by Kim's telekinesis, and O's fist was drunk on the magic and stuck elsewhere. On the other hand, Kim's fist was accurately directed to O's face. Whack! Kim's black fist shattered the face of Oh Se-bum. Fob! Major O fell to the ground spraying teeth. The blood began to flow out of his fallen head like spring water, and his body began to twitch. Kim walked toward the fallen Lee Ki-soo as he passed the body of Major O. In the meantime, the sword of the Imperator, which was stuck in the thigh of Major O, removed itself and re-entered the sheath. Click! When Kim heard the sound of the sword being stuck in the sheath, his footsteps stopped. He looked down at the head of the Lee Ki-soo, who had fallen to the ground. You are a member of the 6 Snakes. The face of the screaming Lee Ki-soo went white. How did you dash? Kim knew that he should not know. That was the biggest reason for making his face white. What was your mission? Kim Tae-hoon asked him a question. Lee Ki-soo's face was white, but as if he was awake, he closed his mouth tightly instead of answering. He remained silent. Kim used his own telekinesis to control the arrow in Lee's thigh. He slowly pushed the arrow deeper. Arg. Kim moved his arrow very slowly, like a cicada larva. Aasiawarg. He squeezed a scream from the mouth of Lee Ki-soo. I'll let you talk, or even scream. Arg. In front of the pain, Lee Ki-soo was rather patient. It was because he was now aware of Kim's intentions. He won't kill me. Kim wanted to get something from him, and as long as he wanted to get it, his life could be spared. It was worth keeping him alive. On the other hand, the moment he said the information Kim wanted to know, he would be dead. He is going to keep me alive until he gets information from me. I'll start acting. Kim could not help but notice what Lee Ki-soo was thinking about. We'll negotiate. I didn't say anything. You don't have to tell me everything. First, we need to set up a negotiation table. Take out one of your cards. That's the price for a negotiation table. And it was not the first time for Kim Tae-hoon to deal with those who regarded this kind of information as a lifeline. I will not say anything dash. If you want to beg for your life with information, you have to judge what's right, or if you really want to die dash. Srong. During the words of Kim, the sword of the Imperator rose by itself, and then it was inserted close to Lee Ki-soo. Just kill yourself. At the message, Lee Ki-soo gave a trembling look at the sword of the Imperator. He just looked at it. He had no reason to kill himself for keeping silent to save his life. How did you know about the 6 snakes? In the end, Lee Ki-soo talked. And how much do you know about the 6 snakes? That's dash. The headquarters of the 6 snakes is Taiwan, and its purpose is to support the chaotic countries to secure the ruling forces. From that point of view, who should the 6 snakes approach? You, or me? Lee Ki-soo's eyes trembled again. No way. The deal has been around for a long time, and I doubted why the 6 snakes had contacted you, not me. This remark, of course, was not true. I'll twist your mind. The time and effort he had spent to make this trap were not small. Once it was more important than ever to get more information from the 6 snakes, he had thoroughly prepared to get the information. Kim looked for a way to shake Lee's psychology and how to get information from the other's mouth. He had gathered a lot of the survivors under the Mac Guild, including psychologists. My job was to send the monster stones I had acquired through monster hunting in Korea to Taiwan, and in return, I received relics and information, so it was a deal rather than a mission. Lee's eyes were not shaken anymore by the attack of Kim. Instead of shaking, they were just blurred. I was on a mission, to find a legendary relic. At the moment of hearing that, Kim immediately pulled out the arrow in the thigh of Lee Ki-soo. Yeah. What legendary relic? Manhwa Jiak and Gumchuk, Lee Ki-soo poured out information obediently. At the moment of hearing that, in the memory of Kim, Jang Sung-hoon came up with a word against Colonel Lim Hyun-jun. Were there really a Manhwa Jiak and Gumchuk? At that time, Jang mentioned them as a joke. But is that real? That's why. On the other hand, Kim was able to understand the intention of the 6 snakes and the movements of Lee Ki-soo. If the purpose of the 6 snakes was simply to secure the military power of Korea, they would have been more active. The Capital Defense Command would have been in contact with the 8th Mechanized Infantry Division. Except for Awakeners, the 8th Mechanized Infantry Division, which absorbed the frontline forces, was much more powerful than the Capital Defense Command. But the 6 snakes did not do that. They hid themselves and caused confusion. Finding what they wanted to have in the chaos was the point. The ultimate thing the 6 snakes wanted was not the power of the Republic of Korea but chaos here. The Republic of Korea must remain in chaos so that they could get what they wanted. What they wanted was not just a relic. If it were a real relic in a textbook, or in a museum, they would have already taken it. In other words, what they had been looking for had an unknown location and existence. Here, Kim did not forget the advice of the second death. They really exist. It was the advice to put Green Dragon Crescent Blade and Kusanagi, which existed only in the imagination, legend, and mythology, on the wish list. They were what the 6 snakes wanted. They were not real relics, but the legendary relics that existed only in stories. If so, it means that there is a relic in Taiwan that can roughly grasp the location of the legendary relics. Kim stopped thinking there for a while. I guess you still haven't gotten them since you're here. There was a lot of information to get. I'll save you. So here, Kim released the tension on Lee Ki-soo. To be honest, Lee Ki-soo, your life is important to me, and if we bite each other, we have nothing to gain. Rather than, the first thing we have to do is to find why the 6 snakes hid each other's presence from us. At that moment, the focus came back to the eyes of Lee Ki-soo. Well, yes. Click. The sword of the Imperator inserted in the ground went back into its sheath. Above all, if we fight like this, my side will also suffer greatly. If you had not known my identity until now, you would have asked for help to deal with me. I am not going to be bled by the supporting force. Major General Lee Ki-soo, you have to stay alive to talk to them. At this part, Lee Ki-soo no longer felt much pain. We can live. Knowing that Kim had many reasons to save him, hope for his survival brightened Lee's face. At that moment, Lee Ki-soo's body began to sink into his own shadow. Air. While Lee Ki-soo was surprised, his body fell into shadow for a moment. At the same time, gray smoke began to bloom around Kim. The smoke filled the surroundings in an instant. Kim stopped breathing. On the other hand, his eyes were shining, and his ears were open. His vision and hearing began to absorb all the information around him. No sound, no sight. However, nothing was captured by Kim's senses. In the meantime, shadows scattered under the heavy smoke began to move. 10 moving shadows. The shadows escaped from the thick smoke. At that moment one of the shadows rose as it was. The rising shadow soon became a human form. That was not what the person directly involved wanted. Damn! The bitter sound of the person was the evidence. The bitter words were the man's last words. Thunk! A sword was stuck in the chest of the person who showed up, and Kim saw a dead body, his chest pierced by a sword in the thick smoke. The man was wearing black clothes and a black mask that only exposed his eyes. He was a ninja. When Kim saw a man dressed like that, he stopped looking around. Instead, a ring of fire began to form around him. Anger soaring. Rumbling. The crazy explosion at Chongai Mountain covered Namsan Mountain. Rumbling. The explosion that started at Kim Tae-hoon's body shook everything around him. The trees that filled Namsan were shaken like waves, and stones flew like leaves. The same was true of a human body. Ha! The ninjas, swept away by the huge explosion, began to roll like garbage, screaming. It was not easy for anyone to regain their balance on the slope, but the ninjas regained their footing almost instantly. Wake up! They reacted immediately to someone's cry. The ninjas stopped on the slope and pulled swords from their waists. Whiz! The ninjas held leaf-shaped throwing knives between the index finger and the middle finger, between the middle finger and the ring finger, and threw them at the same time toward Kim Tae-hoon. Swish! Dozens of throwing knives, which cut through the wind thinly and sharply, moved toward Kim, drawing a unique trajectory like a boomerang. It was like a shower. No matter how big his eyes were, there was no place to avoid them. But Kim was not surprised by the showers of throwing knives. He did not actively respond. What he did at this sudden attack was open his black eyes wide, open his ears as wide as possible, and to stretch his arms out with his palms open, as if pushing an invisible wall. Tuck! Dozens of throwing knives that were heading for Kim stopped in the air. Then they fell to the ground with a sound like falling rain. The sight gave the ninjas a look of horror that could be seen behind the masks. Oh, my God! What the hell is this? The ninjas' thinking stopped in that state. It was an error. Just as the program that received the uninterpreted command stopped, the ninjas, who assumed that Kim would avoid or pause, were forced to stop in front of this action taken against the throwing knives. Kim, on the other hand, moved. I set a bait. Kim took the gun out of his waist and pulled the trigger toward the ninjas who were far away. Blam, blam. The gunshots were like a thunderstorm waking up the dumbstruck ninjas. Gun. We must avoid it. The ninjas refocused their minds and focused all their 5 senses on Kim. They took the bait. This was what Kim has wanted. Zing. They focused on the gunshot, in other words, they did not focus on the arrow. Thunk. The arrow of Sun Sin, the relic of the great admiral that did not need an explanation, began to reproduce the nostalgia of the past. It began to penetrate the skulls of the ninjas, who were totally focused on the gun in the hand of Kim Tae-hoon, and who had stepped on the land of the Korean peninsula in the midst of these turbulent times. Ping. When the third shot broke out, no one was looking at Kim anymore, just dead bodies that had lost the focus in their eyes were crumpled near the devastated area of Namsan. However, Kim did not care about their dead bodies. His gaze hurriedly chased one person. It was a dead body with a dagger in his chest that stopped his gaze. Who? The moment Kim found the dead body of Lee Ki-soo, his eyes closed. King Hell. Kim's mouth was twisted. His expression could not be easily seen, the feeling that Kim felt now was intense. He had succeeded in seizing the psychological gap of Lee Ki-soo. If the conversation had continued, there would have been a big income. But all that was left now was regret. There was no way to get information from the dead Lee Ki-soo. So, regrets rose in Kim's head, and the questions followed regret again and again. Where did they come from? The forces of the 6 snakes must have built power in Japan, too. It was, of course, Japan. This part was so blatant that it was absurd. Lee Ki-soo asked for help to check me out. The problem was the capacity. The fact that there was enough room for elite Japanese awakeners and ninjas in Korea meant that Japan had built some power within the Japanese archipelago. This is beyond what I expected. But it was not easy for them to send ninjas if it was the power of Japan that Kim has known. Japan was not a weak country, but basically, it lacked the most effective army power to deal with monsters, and there were very few army trainees who were decisively skilled, as well as weapons. When they rescued the Japanese VIP, the Japanese government had used its ties with Korea to ask Kim for help. Here, the great surveillance system that Japan boasted of would have been destroyed with the appearance of monsters. The strength of Japan was that it had a good preparation for disasters, but expectations for monsters were not good. There was a big difference between an earthquake and the monsters. Of course, with the advent of monsters, Japan should have been a much worse mess than Korea. At least that was what he had thought. I did not expect that Japan would already have this much power. But now he had to acknowledge it. Japan was equipped to hunt powerful monsters. It was obvious that the ninjas were dispatched to Korea, and the ninjas actually counterattacked Kim after they were struck by anger soaring. The relics they secured are not common. No, if the 6 snakes are behind them, they surely have excellent relics. Kim's anger soaring was comparable to a green-grade monster's, and if they could hold it off with pure energy, they would not have been slain helplessly by him. It meant that they had overcome the fear with the help of relics. It also meant that they could maximize their power against a green-grade monster. Kusanagi. Above all, it is clearly in Japan. There is the relic of unheard of that has been mentioned in the myths in Japan. It was none other than Kim Tae-hoon, who had guaranteed it through his dream death. At that moment, Kim heard a disturbance. Search. Encircle the area. Circle it wide. It was the sound of those who were surprised by the noise at the heart of the Capital Defense Command, Namsan Tower. It was also a signal that Kim should take his next action. He opened his eyes. Opening his eyes, he looked at the moon above the sky. I will finish it before the sun rises today. There was no tremor in his eyes. 2. The hospital director's office. There were a lot of people in the place where On Sunmi usually worked alone. It was crowded with men, to be precise. What the hell is going on? On Ju-hyung and On Jae-hyung were surprised by On's shout, but Jang Sung-hoon shrugged his shoulders. It's nothing. So, what the hell is going on? We're going to take this chance to destroy the Capital Defense Command and take over Seoul. I'm sure it'll be settled as early as tomorrow morning. At the calm appearance of Jang, who had spoken such crazy words, On looked at him as if he was an idiot. It was the same with the twin brothers who had been deployed to guard them. He is talking about the mission that our troops have been planning using all sorts of means and methods, but we haven't even dreamed of, like buying things at the local supermarket. As early as the two of them, members of the 8th Mechanized Infantry Division, knew well what efforts they had made to take down the Capital Defense Command. But the Capital Defense Command was more than they thought. If there had not been a problem in the Capital Defense Command, Colonel Lim Hyun-jun would have taken over Seoul on behalf of the country. However, the two brothers could not deny Jang's words. Well, if it is that monster, nothing else, but they had seen Kim's ability, and they thought that he could do anything. However, On was different. Explain it to me. She could not understand everything in the words of Jang. No, that wasn't what mattered to her now. It's simple. If we show a loophole on purpose, the Capital Defense Command will come to attack the loophole, and will be attacked by the first punch. As you know, whatever we do after we are beaten, is for self-defense, right? At least it's both our faults, and the other side which is beaten more is the worse off. Jang, who was speaking, smiled lightly. Well, don't be too sorry, because information security is important, and I couldn't tell you. That's not what I'm sorry about. At that moment, On burst forth with anger. It was an explosion of the agony and the anger she had been having. At her appearance, the light laughter on the mouth of Jang began to turn into a bitter laugh. It was not hard to know why On exploded with fury, because he was quick-witted. Finally, she is furious. Jang knew why On was angry now. She was worried that she might become a useless person just like this, and that she might be abandoned by Kim as soon as she became a useless person. Well, we are all the same. It was not her own concern. It was the worry and concern of all those who have been with Kim from the beginning. By looking at Bang Hyun-wook, they knew that he was killing monsters like crazy to catch up with Kim somehow, and Lieutenant Kim Soo-ji was doing her best in her role. The problem was that Kim did not care for them or look back. The people who had followed Kim were upset. They wondered if they were doing well, and they were worried. Then they exploded with anger. Then, Lieutenant Kim Soo-ji is going to explode next. The first explosion was Bang Hyun-wook, who lacked patience, and now On Sunmi had exploded. But that would not change Kim. He would be the same in the future. Sister Sunmi, don't think he'll care about you. He won't care if you get married and become his wife. Therefore, at this moment, Jang did not say nice things to On. Find your own place. Jang knew better than anyone else. The boss can't afford to look back, because he is just too busy looking right in front of him. It was too much for Kim to just look at the matters facing them right now. And now we have to solve the invisible problem. After completing his words, Jang turned his gaze from On, who had her mouth shut, and looked at his bag with a sideways glance. If we get the Capital Defense Command, the only remaining area is the Gyeongsang province. As soon as the Mac Guild takes the Capital Defense Command, the entire area except Gyeongsang and Jeolla provinces will become the territory of the Mac Guild. Moreover, As long as Chungcheong province is already secured, securing Jeolla province will proceed smoothly. There is no monster above the blue grade. The only thing left is the area of Gyeongsang province. It will not be easy, but the area will be cleaned up in 3 months. Jeju Island is now irrelevant to the subject. Jeju Island will be left, and Jeju Island has a dark blue grade monster, so we will postpone the attack to later, and anyway, the Mac Guild will regain most of the country of Korea. Then we'll have to go through North Korea and go to the continent, or we'll go across the sea to Japan. And that is the starting point. It is never the end. If we remain isolated in the Korean peninsula, we will be the prey of the world powers and those who will lead a new order. We have to move to live. We must go without rest, whether in the sea or on land. At that time, Didangyojido is virtually useless. As soon as the world becomes a stage, Didangyojido, which has been the best guide of the Mac Guild so far, becomes useless. We have to start a struggle for survival once again on a stage where we do not know where the monsters are, and where our enemies are. It is none other than Kim Tae-hoon who has to stand at the forefront and make the way. He could not afford to take care of someone like that. Well, let's move now. Jang could not afford to look back either. Let's see the boss take over Seoul, because it's a historic moment going to appear in the textbooks. 3. At the moment of the huge explosion, troops gathered around Namsan Tower, where Lee Hyuk was located. Everyone, watch out. Don't lower your guard. The best elite soldiers, who were preparing to protect Lee Hyuk, were ready for the chaos. They were not the inexperienced ones, they had survived in a world full of monsters, and they had increased their stats by eating monster stones with the continued help and support of the Capital Defense Command. They were the most reliable soldiers of Lee Hyuk. However, Lee Hyuk, who was escorted by them, was clearly aware that nothing could stop the typhoon that would come to him now. Kim Tae-hoon is here. We can't stop him. Therefore, Lee Hyuk told his determined subordinates, when Kim Tae-hoon comes, send him to me. Yes. Don't stop him when he comes, just let him go. But. At the order of Lee Hyuk, his guards looked white. But no one asked him or tried to persuade him. They did not even try. Kim had already shown them, he showed them what he was like and everything in the battle with Albino Goblin without holding back. That was why Kim showed his ability without filtering it. I think it was also a strategic move that he showed his identity in Cheongai Mountain. There had been always a reason for Kim's actions. Even if he showed his strength, he did not show it without a reason. It was a ploy to use in the future. He sent the troops to Yeoju City to siege Seoul. It was also a ploy. Moving the troops to Yeoju City was not just a move to deceive the eyes. It was also a strategic move. Chang Young-sun made a monster. This ability is not an ability you are born with. It is an ability to be cultivated with long training and made through countless practical exercises in battle. No. Kim was not born with this ability. He went through training which others could not stand under the goal of protecting his country. The Korean government has created a monster. Since then, the Korean government had put him into all kinds of practical exercises, unlike its original purpose, for the sake of the Korean government's taste and the interests of those in power. Even though there was no need to go to the Middle East, he carried out operations without proper support for the interests of businesses and politicians on the battlefield of the Middle East, and even though there was no reason to go to Africa, he carried out his duties against all kinds of enemies. In the process, he lost many colleagues and learned lessons in return. In other words, if Kim had been just an ordinary soldier, his ability would have been incomparably low. This is karma. When Lee Hyuk reached that point, he smiled bitterly. Lieutenant General. And that was the last laugh he could make today. Kim Tae-hoon is coming down from the sky. Kim Tae-hoon was floating under the moon of Seoul. Early at dawn, a conversation started at the highest point of Namsan Tower, aiming to end the turmoil. It was Kim Tae-hoon who said the first words when the two faced one another. I want you to delegate all the authority of the Capital Defense Command to the Mac Guild. It was a strong punch from the start. Kim asked for the full authority of the Capital Defense Command without any negotiation. It was like asking for Seoul. It was like asking for the legitimacy of the Republic of Korea. And it was like asking for everything that Lee Hyuk had. No, Lee Hyuk rejected Kim's proposal without any consideration. I admit my mistake, but I don't think that's the kind of thing that gives away the full authority of the Capital Defense Command. It was never a grudge of Lee Hyuk, and it was not an endless grudge. At this moment, he was drawing a picture. There is still room for negotiation. I can't threaten Kim, but I can threaten what he has. Clearly, I cannot stop Kim. If Kim resolves to do so, he can render most of the officers of the Capital Defense Command into dead bodies. But he cannot kill the Capital Defense Command itself. It should not be possible. Once that happens, the Capital Defense Command will not be silent. It will do its best in any way. The area of the capital will be filled with terrible scenes. Even if all the officials of the Capital Defense Command die, it will be a problem. Many of the soldiers who lost their command posts will follow Kim, but not all of them. In addition, how do uncontrolled soldiers behave? Clearly, uncontrolled soldiers are not any different from monsters. If they make a fuss, the damage will leave a great scar on the Mac Guild, even if they don't touch Kim himself. That was what Lee Hyuk thought. On top of that, Lee Hyuk planned to add a game changer. I'm making a deal with Colonel Lim Hyun-jun. Then, if I can't reverse the situation, I can avoid the worst. The Mac Guild's greatest weakness is their number of men. That is a very lethal weakness. Winning the war is possible with a small number of troops, but managing the land cannot be done with a small number of troops. The only thing that can fill this weakness is the 8th Mechanized Infantry Division, which is now the only one available in the current situation, and if I succeed in appeasing the 8th Mechanized Infantry Division, the situation will be reversed. I'll give you 100 relics, including 20 national treasures, and you can go to the Bank of Korea's safe and pick them up free. In other words, the price for this operation would be paid for with relics. No, from the perspective of Lee Hyuk, it was necessary to pay for it. Only then could he keep his position and think of the future. He knew it was not fair, and he knew that a guilty man was pulling a really dirty trick for his own good. But if he thought that was wrong, he could not do anything. I can give him the liver and gallbladder, but I can't give him the heart. I want one thing. On the contrary, Kim did not intend to negotiate against Lee Hyuk's resolution, aim, and attempt. If you don't want to give it to me, it's war. Now was time to get the reward for the groundwork. War, then you'll kill me first. I don't intend to do that, because the power of the 8th Mechanized Infantry Division under the Mac Guild is enough to win a full-scale war against the Capital Defense Command. The strategic move, where Kim had made Colonel Lim Hyun-jun of the 8th Mechanized Infantry Division a subordinate, became checkmate. What is this? Lee Hyuk stopped himself from saying more, and then he stroked his mouth with his hand. At this moment, he had a suspicion. Colonel Lim Hyun-jun is an ambitious man, whose ambition is so high that all the military leaders know it. He is a man who will do almost anything to achieve his ambition. He wants to be the king of a new kingdom, rather than a country official. That was why Colonel Lim had rejected Lee Hyuk's proposals so far. It was common sense, Lee Hyuk must have tried to win over Colonel Lim to his side. He even suggested Colonel take the second place in the ranking, but he also rejected that proposal. Who did Colonel Lim go under? No way. Lee Hyuk could not imagine it had happened. However, if it is Kim Tae-hoon, I should reevaluate. It is possible for Kim Tae-hoon to win over Colonel Lim to his side, and to bluff with it. Of course, Kim may be bluffing. If he succeeds in accepting a declaration of surrender through falsehood, it will be recorded in history as a very good negotiation. In fact, There are not many historical events created by a 3-inch long tongue. But when did Kim make contact with Colonel Lim? He had to cross Seoul to get in touch with Pochon from Bucheon. Was there any other way? Lee Hyuk's worries began. The choice is one of two. Kim Tae-hoon released his worries. You can either take responsibility for this and step back from the front line and delegate all your powers to me, or you can be recorded in 3 lines in a history book that will be published about 10 years from now, mentioning Lee Hyuk's rebellion. Among the two choices, he did not need to worry about the results. Who? Lee Hyuk gave a long sigh. This is my end. I'll delegate my full power. 5. Kaboom. The fireworks began to explode over Namsan Tower, and they were more brilliant than ever. Even the small stars were shining in the sky of Seoul, where the pollution had disappeared and the world had stopped. Thanks to this, the light of the pyrotechnics that started to burn around Namsan Tower could be seen anywhere in Seoul. Success. A man who was far away and not able to see Namsan Tower without a telescope could still see the lights. Kim Tae-hoon succeeded. Colonel Lim immediately pulled his eyes off the telescope. What came into his eyes were dozens of tanks with their gun barrels aimed toward Seoul, armed soldiers hiding in the shadows created by the tanks, and artillery waiting for orders all over the place. They were the 8th Mechanized Infantry Division. Since the advent of the monsters, they were the veteran warriors who had protected the northern part of Gyeonggi, the Gangwon area, and the front line from Pocheon. They were all equipped to advance to Seoul with their lives once they were ordered to attack. We stand by as we are, Colonel Lim ordered them briefly. It was a word to quiet the storm. Okay, it's boss. There was a person in Uedo who checked the flares dotted around Namsan Tower with a telescope. Jang, who checked the flares, ordered, now, let's get ready to enter Seoul. Jang looked at the troops that were ready to cross the Han River at any time with the order. Now was when the owner of Seoul had changed, and when the newly changed owner would give his first impression to those who would follow him. Finally, there were those who checked the flares near the Han River. They could see Namsan and they were gathered around a ship that floated alone on the Han River. What happened? I think they've been killed. What about Major General Lee Ki-soo? It looks like he is dead. They were ninjas dressed in black. Those idiots. They numbered 10. Only one of them was wearing white, not black. But it didn't feel clean, and the fiery eyes behind the mask were sharp, and the spirit that was coming from his body was very fierce. I can't even save a man. I have to report a mission failure. What a disgrace. At the growling of the man named Kazami Hayato, the 9 men left turned their eyes or bowed their heads. They had no words to say in excuse, so Hayato turned and looked at Namsan Tower again. His face was not good as he watched the bright light of the flares. All right, but his mind was different. The mission is complete, Hayato Kazami said to himself. The order he had received before leaving the Japanese archipelago was to support Major General Lee Ki-soo. They wanted to make a tool of Lee Ki-soo. But as soon as he stepped on the Korean peninsula, he was given a new order: if you have a chance, kill Lee Ki-soo. All I have to do is report to my master. The order was issued by a man named Musashi, who had saved Tokyo from hell, and was ordered by the man named Musashi who now wanted to establish a new Japan. This will enable us to invade Korea. Musashi. No one knew his real name, and no one cared about it. He was called Musashi and treated like a savior. He had a great ambition. If Japan could occupy Korea, the first thing to do for that ambition was to get out of Japan. It was not the job of only Musashi. It was the process of all those who had ruled Japan earlier, and those who had tried to advance beyond Japan to a wider stage. It was also the reality that Japan was facing. The Japanese archipelago was not good for living in isolation, the land was too constrained to have their ambition realized. That was why Japan had always sought the Korean peninsula in history. But Musashi and Japan had been hiding this ambition, because the forces of Lee Ki-soo, supported by the Six Snakes, had settled on the Korean peninsula. In the situation that Lee Ki-soo played a good role, the Six Snakes would not allow Musashi to advance to Korea. In other words, if Lee Ki-soo died, only the antagonists against the Six Snakes would be left on the Korean peninsula, and there was no reason for the Six Snakes to stop Japan from entering here. Hayato felt the time was coming, and he felt that Japan would repeat its history from a century ago, but it would produce a different result this time. Based on the lessons learned a century ago, he was sure they could really build an empire this time. At such thoughts, he was smiling without knowing it. No other alternative, we're the only ones on the move, he said, trying to hide his smile. Yes. All 9 ninjas bowed their heads. Ha. At that moment Hayato was able to see a person who did not bow to him. What is this guy? Hayato was so embarrassed that he forgot to be angry. Coming to his senses, he immediately made his eyes fierce. He had turned into a fierce lion and took a dagger from his waistband. He threw the weapon, called a kunai, at the man who was staring straight at him. The kunai flew away with a creepy sound. Then it stopped. It stopped in the air, and everyone was surprised. Hayato's men were surprised that Hayato had suddenly thrown it, and Hayato was surprised at the sight in front of him. Kaboom! Another firework was fired from the tower above Namsan, and the light of the flare, which was a particularly bright, sparkled in the new man's black eyes. 6. A blue flame rose in the blackness of the darkness, coming from the burning of paper dolls. 19 dolls were burning, and only 1 doll remained intact. A woman was seen dimly between the blue will-o'-the-wisps. She was wearing priestess robes that could be seen at a Japanese shrine. Another woman came into the darkroom where the woman was. Musashi is coming. At the words of the woman who was wearing the same clothes as her, the priestess in the darkroom rose from her seat, came out of the chamber, and showed herself. She was a beauty with bobbed hair. In front of her was a wide open land, a deep moat that girded it, and collapsed buildings waiting for dawn beyond the moat. Edo Castle was the place where the woman stood, only the site and the buildings remained, instead of the splendid castle. A group of people was approaching her with the rattling of armor. They were samurai dressed like those from the Sengoku period, and the sound of armor rose with every step. At the head of such samurai, the only man wearing kimono without armor showed his slender build. He was barely over 160 centimeters tall, and he looked young. His skin was lovely, soft and smooth. He was a handsome man with a youthful appearance. He was a man unusual in many ways, but the most unusual thing was the sword which a man was wearing at his waist. Even though he had put the sword in the black sheath, the light from the sword came out through the sheath and illuminated its surroundings like a beacon. Musashi. With the emergence of the monsters, he was the man who had saved Tokyo, who was saving Japan, and who would save even the future of Japan. Is everyone dead? Musashi asked as he stood in front of the shrine maiden. She bowed her head once and answered, the only one who survives among the 20 is Hayato. What about contact? Okjo hasn't come yet. Kazami is an outstanding man. He'll tell us after he escapes. So, what about him? At his question, the woman opened her eyes. There was a smile on the mouth of Musashi. It's time to set sail, he said through the smile. It was late enough to call it dawn. People came over to Colonel Jang So-guk, who was waiting for someone with his eyes shining, even though it was time for everyone to be asleep. But they were not the ones he was waiting for. Colonel Jang So-guk, you are under arrest for rebellion. It was soldiers who came to Colonel Jang, and they showed a killing spirit to him. However, he did not resist in front of them, but not because he was afraid of the soldiers. Lieutenant Colonel Yu Dae-hyun, you are a traitor. The fact that it was Lieutenant Colonel Yu, not anyone else, who came to arrest him, was what rendered Colonel Jang immobile. You're with Kim Tae-hoon. Colonel Jang knew the role Lieutenant Colonel Yu had served as a moving bridge between the Mac Guild and the Capital Defense Command. He could easily see that Lieutenant Colonel Yu had betrayed them. In other words, he was attached to Kim Tae-hoon. "You have talked a lot for a man who tried to sell the country to Japan," Lieutenant Colonel Yu remarked without any mercy. There was no reason to be merciful. His opponent was the one who wanted to sell the country out and pursue his own interests, and from now on he would be punished for it. It would be Lieutenant Colonel Yu who would carry out the punishment. Major General Lee Ki-soo and Major Oh Se-bum are dead, and Colonel Jang So-guk will be punished as a warning to others. That was the mission Kim Tae-hoon had given him. No, he must be punished as a warning to others. The chaos will be reduced as he is cruelly treated. Kim Tae-hoon gave Lieutenant Colonel Yu the authority after the death of Lee Ki-soo, to find the traitors, and to punish them. Kim Tae-hoon, who was entrusted with the full authority of the Capital Defense Command, gave the right to Lieutenant Colonel Yu, and in fact, he was like the Grim Reaper. Take him out. To Lieutenant Colonel Yu, the Grim Reaper was not a handsome man with a black hat and a wet eye, but a man who could take someone's life without hesitation. If he resists, kill him. At that terrifying order, Colonel Jang was dragged out and saw the sky. The moon of Seoul was as bright as the sun. 8. The fireworks in the sky near Namsan Tower woke up those living near Seoul from their hard-earned sleep. "Mom, what is that?" Even the children rubbed their eyes and woke up. "Is it fireworks, huh?" At the words of a child, a woman looked up at the sky with her daughter in her arms. Their faces were haggard, their eyes dark. That was the reality of Seoul. The land of Seoul, which had the highest population density in Korea, had no room to satisfy the survivors. Food had run out for a long time, and there was nothing good to eat, just a lump of calories that could fill the stomach. Sometimes they filled the calories with cooking oil. But the worst was that they did not have any expectations for the future. Hope for the future meant that they would have food that would eventually make their stomachs full. But around the Han River, it was too terrible to farm. It was not easy to break down and clear away the expensive apartments set up by the Han River, so no one could imagine seeing golden rice fields in the land of Seoul. This meant that the future of Seoul was very bleak. Then, trucks began to enter Seoul. BR. The trucks carrying the huge trailers woke up the night of Seoul with the roar of their engines. People could see a fantasy animal called a Mac, which they had never seen before, drawn on every trailer of the rumbling trucks. This design was well drawn, right? I did it myself. It was the mascot design of the Mac Guild by Jang Sung-hoon. Jang had drawn the design on the trailers of all the trucks entering Seoul carrying food. They'll never forget it once they see it, and they'll probably dream of it. It was done to completely rule Seoul. The Capital Defense Command was guarding Seoul, but it was not completely dominating. The truth was that they were taking control of Seoul through fear and violence. Although the Mac Guild was entrusted with the full authority of the Capital Defense Command, the minds of the citizens of Seoul would not change by themselves. Therefore, a new approach was needed. I actually wanted to write Messiah down, but I quit because I would be crushed by the boss. Boss and Messiah don't get along very well, no matter how hard I thought about it. The Mac Guild needed to let Seoul know that it was an organization to bring hope for the future. They needed to make an image, and the Mac Guild's mascot was the beginning of the image making. We'll run the food trucks that we've modified right after we've supplied food. There's a design that made the Mac Guild's mascot cute, and we are going to make a fish-shaped bun in the food truck and give them to kids all over Seoul, and for reference, copyright and trademark rights are mine. In a decade, it'll be more popular in Korea than Mickey Mouse. Jang had prepared a lot of image making. He wasn't alone in preparing them. The Mac Guild did not just leave the survivors as survivors, they made a list to help them use their abilities and skills. They had given a role to each engineer and technician. Some of them were famous in the marketing department of companies. It was easy to organize a team for image making, and it was not hard to make them work hard. Everyone had done his best to demonstrate his ability in a world where he was more likely to live by revealing his value. If I build a company, it'll be the Mac company. I'll give you a share, so let's do it well together. Kim did not have much to say to Jang. He was fiddling with the jade piece in his hand, looking at the sky where dawn had begun to look smudged. At this moment, he was worried. They have secretly built a base area in Daegu and Busan. He had gotten new information that Lee Ki-soo has secured a base in Busan and Daegu. It was possible, but it was thanks to the many relics filling the Gyeongju. The Tripitaka Koreana of Hain Temple played a very important role. Hain Temple in Hapcheon, where the invincible relic, Tripitaka Koreana, was sealed, defeated the monsters. Even though monsters were swirling around the Sobik mountain range, there were no monsters identified by the Didangyojido in Kaya Mountain, a stem of the Sobik mountain range. The relic has an effect from the starting point of Hain Temple to Daegu. The power is far beyond the silver cross that the priest had, and the influenced area is much larger than the Sunsabai of King Jinhung. Furthermore, the influence of the Tripitaka Koreana was also affecting the adjacent Daegu metropolitan city. This range was wider than any other relic, and its power was great. Daegu. I'm in trouble. For Daegu City, it was simply a blessing from the heavens. The fact that there was little interference from monsters meant that most of the infrastructure was the same. Moreover, Daegu City had some powerful merits that could not be compared with other cities. The second operations command in Daegu, without any fighting, the outcome would have been easier than I thought. Once in Daegu, there is the second operations command. The scary thing about monsters is that in front of their fear, the general armed forces are useless and their appearance is sudden. No matter how great an army is, there's no way to deal with the sudden rise of a monster from the inside. Conversely, if there is some security guarantee from monsters appearing, then the situation is totally different if there is room to prepare. If the appearance of monsters in Daegu was not great, especially monsters with strong fear, the second operations command would have been able to perform far better than expected. The armaments and artillery of the second operations command were so small that it would have been easy for the Capital Defense Command to win them to their side. Of course, there are weaknesses in the second operations command. There are no armor or artillery units among the troops under the second operations command. Most of them are infantry units. Surviving from monsters requires powerful firepower to regain the land that has been taken away, even though it is with the help of relics. With its firepower, the presence of armored units and artillery units is absolute beyond the crucial level. Therefore, the proposal to the Second Operations Command, sent by Major General Lee Ki-soo of the Capital Defense Command, would have been undeniable. It would not have been difficult for Lee Ki-soo to make it a base area. Gyeongju and Busan are already their territories. And Lee Ki-soo took Gyeongju as the next target after using it as a base area. They expanded their activity area with the strong relics of Gyeongju, and they were in the process of exerting influence on Busan City. The good news is that they have not found Manpasakjiak and Gumchuk yet. Lee Ki-soo was still looking for the legendary relics, the Gumchuk of Park Hyuk-gose and the Manpasakjiak of King Sinmun. When I appeared and the stage was twisted, they brought Japan to this stage. For that, they had received support from the outside forces of Japan. "Hey, boss," Jang said to Kim, worried about his silence. "What are you so worried about?" Jang had made many plans for his future. After establishing the Mac Company, he would be a big success and buy a lot of expensive artwork at Sotheby's auction on the internet from a mansion in Miami. However, Kim did not listen to Jang, and Jang gave Kim a pretty upset look since he had not heard his future plans. "You didn't hear me, did you? Manpasakjiak and Gumchuk." Kim turned Jang's pouting mouth back to its original shape with 2 words. "The Gyeongju Samgi, 3 wonderful treasures." "Why? They really exist?" "Yes." Jang looked puzzled. Manpazikjiak and Gumchuk are somewhere beyond the Sobik Mountains. Lee Ki-soo was looking for them. However, the expression of Jang, who understood the situation, soon hardened. So, did they find them? Gyeongju Samgi refers to 3 relics representing the history of Silla, the Gumchuk of Park Hyuk-gose, the Manpazikjiak of King Sinmun, and the bell of King Songdik. Of course, the 2 things in front are literally a story, and only the bell of King Songdik really exists. But the world had changed. There was no surprise that they were real. Jang also learned that lesson from Kim Tae-hoon's death. So, their surprise was not the fact that the relics existed. They didn't find them, did they? When they fell into their hands. The power of the relics was the power of surprise. Even in case Kim Tae-hoon's first-grade relic, the gilt bronze incense burner of beach, its power was creepy. It was fortunate that Kim Tae-hoon used his wits and robbed it before the gilt bronze incense burner of beach was in use. If Kim Tae-hoon had to face the monsters created by the gilt bronze incense burner of beach, he would not have been guaranteed victory. That was the value of a real relic. How great would the power of Manpazikjiak and Gumchuk, mentioned in the legends, would be? It was true that no one could even measure their power. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they would be a game changer, if they were relics of such power. Ah! Jang was able to draw the same picture as Kim was painting. The 6 Snakes' current goal is not just to secure a base, but to collect legendary relics. It is not easy to obtain real relics. No, to tell the truth, at this point, half a year after the monsters appeared, the famous relics are already owned, and the fast-paced searchers would not have left the relics behind. But it will be different if it is an unrealistic relic. The owner is whoever finds it first. If it is a relic of legend, it'll be necessary for a powerful monster hunt, to kill the monster. Those who search for it first can take the lead in the upcoming Monster Stone battle. Not everyone is like you. That's the answer. If all the awakeners in the world are like Kim Tae-hoon, they can concentrate on hunting monsters rather than doing such things. But there are not many people like Kim Tae-hoon. No, not many, but no one has become stronger like Kim Tae-hoon in the world. If so, it is rather ridiculous. Even Kim Tae-hoon is not able to give a proper answer to the dark blue-grade monster right away. What about others? Legendary relics are the least tools needed for awakeners to kill more powerful monsters. If they monopolize the legendary relics that are essential for hunting monsters, in fact, except for the nukes, weapons to hunt monsters are gone, so the 6 Snakes could rule the world. If a group monopolizes the tools, they will be kings of the world. These guys are not kidding. It is not strange that the 6 Snakes did this. The Japanese awakeners are in Korea now. And no matter what they are doing it's easy to understand. Japan? What do you mean? Ninjas were here. Yes. He said he was a ninja of IGA. Is he from the Leaf Village? What's the Leaf Village? Never mind. So, explain it to me. During the cross-questions from Jang, Kim told him what he had obtained and the information he had got from Kazami Hayato. Jang's face hardened when he heard the information. Oh, my God, no matter how many times history repeats itself, there are still F***king guys selling the country to Japan. Jang was angry. They had sold their country from the moment they were supported by the 6 Snakes. But getting Japanese support was quite different, at least for Koreans. Japan had been a terrible thing. But Kim Tae-hoon was not angry. They sell out their country. Kim had already seen too many of them. That was not what he was surprised about. There is no time. According to the information obtained from Hayato, Japan did not intend to save Lee Ki-soo in the first place. Musashi, he is aiming to make Korea a base and advance into the continent. By killing Lee Ki-soo, the goal was to make Korea a public enemy, not a target of cooperation with the 6 Snakes. It was their plan that Japan would become the tip of the sword, pierce Korea first and get everything about Korea. The plan had already begun. The death of Lee Ki-soo had already been passed on to them. Lee Ki-soo was dead, and the news was delivered to the mainland of Japan. Spells, they are a cause of anxiety. Kim heard that they could use a spell to tell if a person was living or dead from a distance. Of course, Japan will move to advance into the Korean peninsula. Their starting point will be Busan, of course. There is already a facility in Tsushima Island to support maritime movement between Japan and Busan. Above all, Japan's maritime power is so powerful that it cannot be compared with their land power. Once Japan is in Busan, it is almost impossible for Korea to prevent Japan from entering. In that state, we will be dealing with those who have settled in the Gyeongsang area with the Tripitaka Koreana and Gyeongju relics, and with monsters filling the Sobik mountain ranges. It is not easy. The damage will be immeasurable if we are to win. Of course, we have to stop their attempts right now. We must root out the Japanese forces that have entered Korea now, and build a front line to prevent them from landing on the Korean mainland. It's hard to get our men over the Sobik mountains right now. The problem is that it is not easy for us to cross the Sobik mountain range with the power of the Mac Guild. Monsters in the Sobik mountains are not laughable opponents. Eventually, by the time the troops leave the Sobik mountain range, Japan will have at least occupied Busan. Then it will be war. It's not just a war, it's a civil war. Korea will begin to engage in a fratricidal war of its own again, with the land divided in half. In the meantime, Japan will take over the remains of Korea again, and will never leave, because Japan will never consider the future of Korea. The blood is worth for the gamecock, and we don't need that lesson anymore. So, Kim did not hesitate at this moment. I can't forgive them this time. A lot of art has been leaked out to Japan by pro-Japanese groups. Why should we go to Japan to see the Mangyuta Wando, our own painting? Boss, leave it to me, and if you give me the authority, I'll remove them. Jang Sung-hoon, I will delegate all the authority I have to you at this time. Yes. You have all the authority, including the right to command and the power to appoint the Mac Guild and the Capital Defense Command. Wait, what? I will cross the Sobik Mountains alone. At that moment, Kim looked up. Now he saw the dawn, which indicated that the night had passed. Do you like this video? Let me know in the comments below. And remember to like, subscribe and click the notification bell to stay updated. See you soon.